All right, everybody, come on in. Grab yourself a seat. We'll be starting here shortly. Hey, what's up, Kylie Jane 79? How you doing? Hoorah. Everybody get relaxed. We will be starting the show shortly. So enjoy some music. Wait for a few more people to come in. I am waiting for my esteemed brethren to show up here before we kick things off. As usual, everybody, give me a one if you can hear me in the chat room. Let's do a sound test. Somebody type up a one. Kylie, hit a one in the chat room if you can hear me. All right, all right, all right. I'm coming in good. Okay. All right. As you can see, the topic, does pro-blackness start with loving the black woman? We will be talking about that topic tonight. But we're going to give people some time to come in. So until then, enjoy a little bit of the copyright-free music here. I'll be right back.
the shit you should throw as my toilet seat. I demand a king's ransom for royalty. I deserve a mansion of royalty. Impress me, your majesty. To form a new dynasty. The old one was diamonds. I am your highness, please. Impress me, your majesty. It's classical gold art. Urban Blackness, the Mozart. For the soul, for the whole love. Gather around, we can all watch the gold fall. You can't never say to the ghost, y'all. Come to your majesty, oh, oh Lord, oh Lord. It's the classical gold art. Urban Blackness, the Mozart.
All right, everybody. What's going on? Welcome to tonight's show. Let me check to see if, okay. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Overdrive third year. Shout out to the people in the chat, my strong peoples, Kylie Jane, Abracadabra, Brother Chaos. How y'all doing? I'm gonna give a big hoorah to everybody in the chat. All right, let's get started. I guess people are coming as we get going. I don't see anybody else. All right, now want to make sure everybody's listening. Can you guys hear me? If you can hear me, type a one in the chat. Let me know you're still here. All right, all right, all right. I'm fine, Kylie. How you doing? All right, let's get into it. Let's get started. A different approach tonight for the topic. You know, we want to invoke conversation tonight. I will even put the link in the chat room in case people want to come up and give their take on the topic as we get knee deep into it. Because I know my esteemed brother Cerulean has a different take on this topic. He'll be along shortly to give his take on it. But here's the deal, okay? You know, pro-black, what does pro-blackness mean? Okay, does it mean that you're for your people, you're by your people, you're with your people no matter what, right? And so being from the conscious community, we was always told that, and coming from the background I come from back in the day, that it all starts with the woman, right? Even Malcolm X himself said that a nation can rise no higher than its woman. Okay, so my thing is this here: if you don't love the black woman, now this is my personal take, and it's up to be challenged by anyone and everyone, but this is my personal feeling. My personal feeling that if you don't love the black woman, then you can't possibly be pro-black. Because to me, pro-blackness starts with the women that are the mothers of your race. If you don't love them, then you don't love the people, period. Because without them, there is no people. There is no our race. So you can't be pro-black if you are against the black woman. This is my personal take. Now, I'm sure other people will sit up here and say something different. Okay. But this is the way I look at it. I look at it this way. If you are anti-black woman, then you can't be pro-black. And I think pro-blackness starts with loving the black woman, because if you love your race, right, it doesn't make sense to love your race and not love the women that actually produce your race. But that's the way I look at things. This is why I always say to people who are railing against black women and saying that they hate black women and that black women are park apes and porch monkeys and stuff like that, I see these people as anti-black simply because they are negative towards the black woman. So if you're negative towards the black woman, then to me, you're negative towards black people, period. So in my opinion, you are anti-black. If you're an anti-black woman, you're anti-black. If you are anti-black male man, then you're also anti-black. It works both ways. I can't see being called pro-black and being about my people if I'm walking around here hating black women and saying all kinds of mean and disparaging things about black women. How does that make sense to say I'm pro-black if that's the kind of mentality that I have towards black women? Kylie, am I coming in? Can you hear me very, clearly, or do I need to speak up? 'Cause I am kind of like low key today because I have a really bad headache. So let me know if you guys can hear me. Do you need me to speak up? Okay, good, good, good. Well, loving Africa first, I'm gonna tell you. See, my thing about Africans, I don't care about Africans. I'm not African, even though I'm of African descent, and my forefathers may have come from Africa, but I am not African. I was born here in America. I was not raised in an African culture, nor do I know anything about African culture. I read about some things, whatever, but I'm not African. I don't speak any of the dialogues. I've never lived there. I don't have their customs. I don't understand their ways. I was born here in America. I am an American. I'm an American black person, American black man, or whatever they're calling us nowadays. Afro American, indigenous American, black American, dark skinned American, mahogany, whatever. Okay. And don't get me started on Africans because you might not like what I have to say about Africa. I really don't care anything about African people, to tell you the truth, because they don't care anything about us. They've never cared about us. If they did, they would have never sold our ancestors into slavery. And if they gave an ounce about us, they would have came back and got us when our ancestors were being brutalized and grossly mistreated in inhumane ways. Some of the most unspeakable and unthinkable things took place against our ancestors. And those cries reached out, I'm sure, far, far and away, and they fell on deaf ears. Africans could have did plenty. They could have came over here and got us. They could have interceded on our behalf. They could have did something said something to the government, threatened the government with sanctions, or they could have done something. They haven't done anything. You have some African people. What was it? Kofi Annan was, I think he was the secretary of the UN for a minute. He never cared about what happened to us here in America. Africans don't care nothing about us. They come over here, they get their things or whatever, and they make fun of us. So that tells you right there, okay. So I don't care anything about it. No, I don't love Africa. I don't love Africans, no. But I do love my black brothers and sisters here in America. That's where my love falls. That's where my love lies. That's where my loyalties are. I don't care anything about Ghana apologizing because that doesn't do anything. Okay, that's just rhetoric. If you really want to apologize, come over here and do something. Come over here and fight against the injustices that are going on. I don't listen. That whole they're not all like that argument does nothing for me. Like I said, if they really about that life, come over here, do something about the injustices that are going on. Come over here, speak out against mass incarceration. Come over here and come to the ghetto, come to the hood, help us build up our schools. If you really care, if you're really apologetic and all. I can't tell, okay? They can take that apology and they can stick it where the sun don't shine. Okay? They've never done anything for us. And now that they found out that we supposedly spend what, $1.2 trillion a year, all of a sudden they're interested. All of a sudden people want to apologize, and now they're interested in who we are. All of a sudden Dr. Mumbi shows up. And where is these somebody's doing something? Because I'm in the neighborhoods. I don't see any Africans in the neighborhood doing anything. What neighborhoods are these? They don't have to be on white television. If they're doing something, we'll know about it because we're all in the ghetto, we're all in the hoods, most of us anyway. So if they're doing something in the neighborhoods, we would know about it. I don't know of anything that they're doing in any neighborhood I've ever been in, nor have I heard about anything that they're doing. So where's this neighborhood that they're doing stuff at? And exactly what are they doing? So I haven't heard one African person speak out about anything in this country that had to do with us and the way we are being mistreated. I've heard Africans speak out on behalf of other Africans. Well, no, we're not lost. Well, I don't know where you get that from. What do you mean we're lost? If anybody's lost, it's the Africans who were lost because they're the ones who abandoned their own people and allowed their people to go into slavery and be into slavery and be brutalized. So if anybody's lost, they're the ones who's lost. We aren't lost. We're over here doing the best we can to survive. How are we lost? We didn't kick ourselves out of Africa. Our ancestors didn't kick themselves out of Africa. They didn't sell themselves into slavery. So who's lost here? And I don't buy into this, oh, this Mother Africa is going to save everything. Like I said, if they was really about it, they'd be over here already united with us. They wouldn't listen to what white people tell them when they come into this country. They tell them things like, don't go over there with the blacks. Don't fraternize with black people. Leave the niggas alone. That's exactly what they do. They come over here, they ignore us, they stand with white people, they call us names, okay, they ridicule us, and they go and they care about white folks. That's why I have the mixed emotions about Botham John. Everybody keeps talking about he's black. Really? Is he? Well, I will say one thing. His parents seem to have the same mentality that a lot of Negroes out here have for the white man, for white people. They're over there hugging and embracing their enemies. But they've been doing that in Africa too, so that's not nothing new. So I'm still questioning, I still have mixed emotions about the fact something against it, like what? Do something against what? If they're free of first of all, we're talking about some of the so-called smartest people on the planet. Aren't Nigerians like the smartest people in the whole world? Right? And all of these resources that Africa got, I mean, everybody pretty much lives off of Africa. Their economies are based off of the resources that they get from Africa. And you're going to tell me that some of the smartest people in the world, all the smartest people on this planet, right, allow themselves to be caught up in neo-colonialism? Where is all of this intellect? Where's all of this smart, thinking? How's it that you have the richest country in resources in the whole world, and you're caught up in some BS about neo-colonialism colonialism because you seem to be prejudiced against your own people? You have any idea the hatred that Africans have for each other? They have more hatred for each other than anybody on this planet. No, no. See, I don't buy into stuff like that. I don't buy into everybody is like that. No, no, no. Simply because we have some kind of personal issue or feeling towards somebody that we may have some endearment towards. Okay, we fall back into this. Oh, everybody's like that on Earth. Okay, because we don't agree with what somebody is saying about the people that we may feel that we're endeared to. No, I don't. I don't ride that way. Everybody on Earth isn't like that. No, we're not going to be on Africa because I see something completely different than you do about Africa. Matter of fact, Africa they hate each other more than anything on this. You have any idea what they do to each other over there? You think this white man is a savage? Do you have any idea what they do to each other? They murder whole families. Do you know that they go into houses and take out whole families? And in Africa, families are big. Sometimes it'd be like 20 people in one house, all family, right? They'll go in and take the whole family out of the house and march them down the street and kill every last one of them, leave them in the shadow grave. Are you kidding me? They don't even care about their own people. They're doing stuff like that, putting what they call it, a necktie, when they put the tire around the head of someone and set it on fire, or cut someone 1,000 times, pour gasoline on their wounds, set them on fire, and while they running around screaming from being burnt alive, they stabbing them with spears and beating them in the head with sticks and hitting them with rocks. And we supposed to, they don't care about each other, and we supposed to wait on them to come over here and do something for us. I mean, look at what they're doing to each other. You see, these are the stories that don't get told about Africa because nobody wants to hear it, because we on this this Mother Africa thing, right? Since our ancestors come from Africa and black folks over here want to have a false sense of hold on one second, let me see. Because black folks over here, right, don't have anything, aren't in charge of anything, and want this false sense of security. So they want to be attached to something famous, right? They want to be attached to something that means something. So we run around here talking about some Mother Africa, when in fact the people on that continent don't give a rat's ass about us. They don't even care about each other. They hate the hell out of each other. They do worse things to each other than I've ever. You haven't seen savagery yet. Deceived. Are you again? Maybe I'm not sure what Africa you're studying. Okay, there may be some deception when it comes down to economics over there, but as far as people, socially or whatever, there's no deception. They've always been savage like that. People just don't want to talk about it. All people want to do is talk about Egypt. They want to talk about the good things about Africa. They want to bring up Kemet. They want to bring up the library of Alexandria. They want to bring up all of these great things, Hannibal, all that stuff, right? But they don't want to talk about what's really going on over there in the absolute savagery, okay? That is unparalleled that happens to that they do to each other. No, you see, again, you see, this telling me, right? The fact that you would say something like that tells me that you haven't, I don't know what Africa you're looking at, but you're not looking at the real Africa. And I don't blame you for that because there's a lot of education about Africa. There's a lot of misdirection going on about Africa simply because people don't want to see the real truth and the dark side about Africa. I'm seeing the dark side of Africa, and I'm telling you right now, okay? It is the most bloody, gory, savage thing I've ever seen. I didn't even know human beings could even be that cruel to each other. Okay. And again, they're doing this to each other. So what hope do we have of them coming over here helping us with anything? They can't stand each other. I'm not saying Europeans aren't barbaric. I'm not saying that at all. Okay, but again, we don't want to see the truth about Africa. I mean, don't even get me started on Winnie Mandela and her famous football team are nothing but hitmen. How they ran around murdering people, cold blooded, who didn't agree with her ideology. Kids too. They're murdering kids too. No, these want to know lies through you. You see, okay, I get that. Okay, some of that is true. There are a lot of lies that are being told by Europeans or whatever, right? But there's also information coming out of there over in Africa, right, that aren't coming from Europeans. See, if you do your own research, right, over there, you can find out other information that aren't coming from Europeans. And there's a lot of information over there that is 100% accurate that have nothing to do with Europeans. I mean, they got cops over there, man, that just flat out murder you. There's a cop over there right now called Rashad. He's in Kenya, blowing people away in broad daylight. So, like I said, I'm not on the Africa train until they come over here and do something significant for us to show us that they're on our side and show us that they're really sorry about our ancestors being sold to slavery or whatever. I don't want to hear nothing about Africa. I don't care nothing about Africa because they don't care anything about us. Like I said, they don't even care about each other. So why are we waiting for them to? And when are we? When is this supposed to take place? Because they had a whole lot of time to come over here and do something. You know witchcraft? Really? Give me an example of what's worse than putting a tire around a child's head and filling it with gasoline and setting it on fire and tying the kid's hands behind his back so he can't get the tire, which is now inflamed and burning his skull to a crisp. He can't get the tire off of him. See, give me something to top that. We can go tit for tat here. You're going to lose this battle, but I'm game. Hitler? The gas chamber? The gas chambers? Well, those were actually humane compared to what the Africans were doing to each other. I can make a case that the gas chambers were humane up against what the Africans were doing to each other. Like I said, you guys don't really know Africa. You just know this this sugar coated version of Africa. What you've been taught from the conscious community and a lot of these backward Negroes who seem to be blind by uh, uh, legends, legend, tales of legend. A Roman king. Well, I don't know anything about that, but I'm just saying it's this here. The African thing is just not my. I'm not into the African thing, and I don't believe we should be waiting for Africa to do anything. Okay, should we wait for Africa to do anything? And the fact that we should be putting them first of all, we need to put ourselves first. When do we start to do something about us? Why are we always caring about what's going on abroad and don't care about what's going on in some other country? They don't, you think the Africans in Africa are sitting around thinking about what's going on over here in America with black people? Well, I guess I would have to see evidence of that. I've seen things take place in Africa that was some of the most inhumane things I've ever seen in my whole life. Okay. But here's my whole question to you, Abracadabra, is this. Do you think that the Africans in Africa, right, care about what's going on over here in America with black people? Do you think that's what they're over there worrying about? Do you think they're over there having sessions, these talking sessions talking about, yo, man, yo, conscious this, conscious that. The black Americans, man, they this and they that. Think they have no conversations? Nah, they don't care nothing about us. A lot of Africans over there right now don't even know we exist. You know that? You can go over there to Africa, right, and run into a bunch of Africans, right, that don't even know we exist or don't have no idea that we ever went through slavery. Today, you can go over there and there's Africans over there right now that don't know anything about us going through slavery or don't know anything about our history over here, don't even know that we even exist. How do you contend with that? What's your answer to that one? Well, again, that's their issue. I'm not even sure why we're involved in what they have to solve with Europe. That's none of our business. What about what we have to do here for ourselves? That's a problem that we need to solve over here right now. And no one is helping us solve this problem. No one is helping us figure out this puzzle, especially Africans. There are no Africans over here talking about some, hey, let's come and help our fellow brothers and sisters, you know, our brothers and sisters from another mother, our brothers and sisters from, our ancestors. Where is this at? Again, when Trayvon Martin got murdered, when these murders take place, right? Where are the Africans speaking out again? I don't hear any Africans speak out. No, actually, it wouldn't be. Racism is not a white thing, really. Racism is a life thing. People are going to have differences with each other. It's just that some people take their differences to the extreme. So the reason why it's so famous with us with white folks, because white folks are very savage with their differences. Their differences have manifested into all out hatred. Okay, and they don't care anything about. They don't have any regard for our life. So it's different. But this racism everywhere you go. There's racism in Africa amongst Africans. You got Nigerians that hate Ethiopians. And it goes on and on and on. And they're willing to kill each other over it too. Again, they will march into your house, take the whole family out and walk them down the street and blow everybody's brains out and don't care anything about it. I know, I just said that. It's actually worse. Matter of fact, where do you think it came from? See, people don't want to have this conversation. People keep talking about, oh, well, the whites, they did it. Yeah, they messed up, whatever, right? But where did it really come from? Who was doing this stuff first? They're still doing it. Now, you see, you're confusing racism with colorism. There's no confusion here. Nigerians don't think they're the same as Ethiopians. They treat each other like different races. There are different characteristics, okay, in their facial structure, facial makeup. Different tribe. They teach. The Nigerians don't like Ethiopians. No, they was doing that before the colonialism. You see, you guys are under the impression that Africa was this happy place, right? And we were all kings and queens, and there was no problem, and everybody was cool and all of that. Oh no, that's wrong. There was hella conflict in Africa way before colonialism. Okay. Hey, what's up, Iron Fist Spyro? Nah, we got sidetrack. Yeah, I know the topic's pretty good. We got sidetrack here with this African talk. Yeah, yeah, abracadabra. This was going on in Africa way before colonialism got over there. See, again, this is the problem I have with people not wanting to see the truth about Africa. Okay, but here's the thing though. The Nigerians are willing to brutalize and murder Ethiopians, and Ethiopians are willing to do the same. As a matter of fact, you really don't want to go there with me, man, because I can bring up clips. Hey, what's going on, Iron Spyro? I can bring up clips that will show you different tribes and factions, people who are in charge, have gone to take people of different tribes and have murdered them based off of what they were. That's no different than being racist. If you're from the Abubu tribe and you don't like the three knee tribe, and you go kill everybody in the three knee tribe simply because they're from the three knee tribe, that's no different than racism. It's no different. It's the same thing. And I'm telling you, this has been going on in Africa way before colonialism, way before all this other stuff. You got to understand something, right? If Africans are the original people, then they are also the ones original when it comes down to sin. If they are the original, that means that they are the first. They're the first ones to sin. They're the first ones to murder. They're the first ones to do bad things as well. Where do you think people learn this stuff from? You think people learn how to hate? People, listen, you can go to Africa, right, and spend some time there and learn how to hate other people just by being around some Africans. Yeah, it's the same thing. If, like I said, if you're from the Wabubu tribe and this guy's from the Mama Waldy tribe, and you go murder him and his family simply because they mama Waldians, well, how is that different from racism? And my thing is, and here's another thing too. What kills me is you guys get caught up in this glorification of Africa. It's always about the Nile and Egypt and Kemet and the who know how to build the pyramids or who can figure out who built the pyramid, all this other cool stuff, right? But they don't talk about the real things that go on in Africa. No, not all African Americans. You see, African Americans do this a little bit on some scale, okay, especially when it's gang related, okay? Like you got the Crips and the Bloods, that can be seen as some kind of tribal mindset. And they kill each other simply because one is a Blood, the other one is a Crip, okay? But most African Americans don't engage in that kind of tribalism unless it's gang related. If it's not gang related, we're not involved in that. We don't just walk around saying, okay, because you live on such and such street and you voted for Mayor Cunningham, we're going to kill you because you voted for Mayor Cunningham and we voted for Mayor Black over here. No, our situation is more gang related. Okay, our gangs seem to have that tribal mindset more than anything else. Because with the gangs, there are distinct differences in title, characteristics, ideologies. Well. Hey, Christine, how you doing? Um, no problem. But but the light skin, dark skin thing to me is first of all, black people have no business arguing over who's light skin and dark skin. I have no idea why those arguments happen. That's one of the most confusing things to me when I hear people arguing over light skin and dark skin. That's crazy to me. What are you arguing over light skin and dark skin? The problem is it's like having these different types of factions, right? Like black people, black Americans here, we have a problem with factions. Okay. The problem with us is gangs and factions. Okay. You got black people over here that want to be Moors. You got black people over here want to be Hebrew Israelites. You got black people over here want to be Kemetics. You got black people over here they want to follow the Torah. You got black people over here that want to be guerrilla Hebrews and and so forth and whatever and da 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 da. Okay. You got somebody from the conscious community, right? Like shout out to young Pharaoh, man, cool brother from the conscious community. He was giving a lecture one night, right? And because he's not in agreement with Noble Jew Ali, who happens to be the so-called head of this Moorish movement over here by these black Negroes, even though he didn't start this movement, right? These Negroes over here seem to be dedicated to Noble Jew Ali. One of the so-called Moors over here, who is delusional, came into that man's presentation that he had rented out, okay, and started calling them all kinds of names and talking about stop speaking on Noble Jew Ali, and he was ready to fight the man. See, this is the issue that we have when it comes down to tribalism. This is our tribalism, stuff like that. With these different factions being confused as to who we are. And we don't have any, first of all, we don't have any business having a tribal mindset amongst each other in the first place. There are no different tribes among us as Black Americans. We're all Black Americans. For the ones that they would consider ADOS, the American descendants of slaves. If you're ADOS, then yeah, you're not all different tribes. We create all of this separatism amongst ourselves with these titles and these factions and names of these factions. We create all this separatism. And then we play up to it, okay, by saying, okay, well, you know what, you're a Crip, you're a Blood. I don't like you because you wear blue. I don't like you because you wear red. So now you can't come to my area because it's all red over here. We don't want any blue over here. It's the same angle, bro. It's still a form of tribalism, which we don't have any business doing. Not Black American. I can see the Africans doing it, but not American, Blacks. I'm not even sure where they even got that mindset from. I'm wondering if that is if that's not some kind of artificial, mentality that's been put on us somehow. We have no business thinking like that. And then if you're not gang banging, right? Then you're arguing and fighting with different factions are at war with each other. Like the Hebrews are at war with the Kemetics. The Kemetics don't like the Moors or the Hebrews. Yeah. So you're saying all of this comes from white folks? You don't give Black folks any credit for creating some of this nonsense themselves? Are you saying that Black folks are incapable of making bad choices? They all have to come from white folks? Now I do agree some of the stuff comes from white folks, but not all of it. I don't know what percentage is what, but all of it didn't come from white folks. Now I hate to say that because I don't want to sound like I'm defending white folks because I'm not. I don't like white people. I'm just saying it didn't all come from a good portion of it did, but not all of it. Yeah. And then you got people saying, well, you know what, Black is it's a political or some kind of economic title or whatever. I don't care. At this point, it doesn't matter because when you fill out an application, they got choices down there for you. What are you? Some of them say African American, some of them say Black American. Actually, see when I said Black African American. Black African American. Now that's serious emphasis on Black. And African American is supposed to be Black to begin with. So you want to make sure, so you put Black first, then African American after. So Black African American is your choice on some of these applications that you fill out. Okay? So you're classified as Black. There's no one going to change. If people walk around here like it's going to change, like, hey, you know what? That's a political classification. That's an economic. You said that like it's supposed to change. Somebody going to change it? Are they going to start calling us Blue Americans? Urban Americans? Technically, I like the term earthen, which I will be. Oh yeah, shout out to the Earthen Nation. We're gonna be getting the Earthen Nation started up soon. I'm gonna tell you what the Earthen Nation is all about. Yeah, Christine, that's real Black. That's real Black, right? Black African, that's real Black. That's what they call. I guess that would be blue black on paper, right? That's real Black right there. So No, so yeah, right. Iron Fist Spiral. I don't want to sound like I'm defending them, but some of this. Oh no, we was talking about the term Black African American abracadabra on some of these applications when you fill them out and they want to know who you are. They have options there. You got white, you have Hispanic, you have some of them have Latino, some of them have African American, some of them have Black American. But I filled out one that had Black African American. That's making sure you're black. Black African American. And African American is supposed to be black already. So they made sure that they emphasized black by putting black, then African American. That's what we were laughing at. Basically, it's coming out to be basically it's the equivalent of being real black by saying black African American. You get it now, or you still confused about why me and Christy was laughing? But yeah, so getting back to what I was saying, yeah, they did. Yeah, but what are you going to do about it now? We done built a whole. Okay, let's take that argument for a second. Okay, the white man called us black, for all we know, right? Even though we were being called black way before the white man existed, because there is historical evidence that goes all the way back to what they was calling us. They were calling us black for a long time. But anyway, matter of fact, I think that's where the white man gets it from. He gets it from our history. But anyway, uh, okay, let's go with it. He's calling us black. Okay, so what? He's not going to change as long as he's in power. He's not going to change that classification. And besides, we own blackness now. We are black now. We weren't before. We are now. We done built a whole culture around being black. We done made being black cool. You can go over in Japan right now. This is section of Japan of Japanese people who are running around with their hair in cornrows, dreads. Some are even suntan. Some are mixed, and they'll tell you it's cool to be black. Our culture is an influence all over the country, all over the world. People who dress like us, they want to sound like us, they want to sing like us. Look at what R&B is slowly turning into. Look at these shows that are singing R&B. You start to see more and more white artists sounding like black artists. You got all these white boys and all these Asians, right? Who are now pretending to be R&B artists. Okay, hold on one second. Here, let me get my links out. I forgot to put my links out. Yeah, don't forget to support the show. So help us grow, help us grow. Anyway, so like I was saying, right? So yeah. Uh well they don't I wouldn't call that power because you can abracadabra. I wouldn't say that they have the power to shape our consciousness. Ultimately, you have the power over your own consciousness. The problem is this: you keep buying into shiny things. You see, they're treating you. They 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 think that we have the mentality of a monkey. Okay, Monkeys are attracted to big, awkwardly big and shiny things and things that stick out. Okay, things that look like really, really different from the norm. Monkeys are very attracted to stuff like that, right? And so black people, because we like gold and we like to dress so snazzy and pizzazzy or whatever, they believe that we have the same mentality as a monkey. So basically, what they do is they throw stuff out there that's big and shiny, and they attach these subliminal messages to it. Exactly, Iron Fist Spyro. Everybody and their mama's trying to. Listen. There's a white woman online right now that lives in England, right? Some old dumpy looking white woman. Okay, she has a video on YouTube right now that teaches people how to that teach people how to crip walk. Crip walk, people. How black is crip walking? Now, how did this white woman who lives over in England, right, learn how to crip walk? And now she's teaching other people how to crip walk, and she's white. She's never been a crip. Where do you think that come from? Yeah, you're teaching people how to crip walk. This is a white woman. This is some old dumpy looking, regular looking white woman teaching people how to crip walk. Crip walking is about as black and ghetto as you can get. Now we know this woman ain't spend no time in no ghettos, right? She ain't spend no time being no Christian, but gang banging. So where do you think that came from? That came from our influence. This is what our culture is doing to other people around the world. Here we are. Here we are. The Matrix. Here we are. Well, the whole Matrix thing to me is, I don't know. I want to do the Matrix. Welcome to the panel, my esteemed brother Cerulean Gray. Yeah, so getting back to what I was saying, I am Spiral. Yeah. So she's teaching people how to crip walk. She lives in England, okay? Abracadabra, this is the influence of our culture. So I don't buy into it anymore that white people have called us black and it's some kind of political classification. That's all out the window now. Okay? We own blackness now. We are black. We've become black. If we weren't before, we're black now. It's ours now because we've built a culture around it. Black is a culture now. It's not just a culture. I mean, just a color. It's a culture. And you can find the appropriation of this culture all over the world. So that tells you right there that it's no longer bound to just a skin color.
Indeed.
You understand what I'm saying? Hey, what's up, Cerulean? Yeah, I was getting into it with Abracadabra was pretty cool. Getting into a good conversation with him or her about we talked about Africa and I was trying to stay on topic, but he or she has such a Abracadabra, you or he or she. I don't want to I want to make sure, you know. Right, Christine, yeah, all over the world. I told you there's a sector in Japan, right, in Tokyo, where the kids are dressed with cornrows, they wear baggy clothes, they got dreads in their hair, they listen to rap music, R&B, and they tell you right that it's cool to be black. It's a culture thing. Okay, yeah, okay, all right. Yeah, so me and Abracadabra was engaged in a really good conversation about Africa And we
What
was
about
on top of the
Africa?
side about Africa. He was telling me about how the Africans, once they get free with neo-colonialism, they're going to put on their capes and fly all the way over here to help us.
I keep thinking that.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Isn't that right, abracadabra? He's gonna fly once he gets done with neo-colonialism. You're gonna come over here. You're gonna come fly over here to help us out, right? Yeah. So, and then we got into it about
Happen.
colorism and racism within Africans, and the hatred that they have for each other, and how I don't know, waiting on. First of all, they hate each other like I don't know, like nobody's business. They're over there putting tires around each other's head to set them on fire. Okay, I don't understand how we're supposed to wait for them to come over here and help us. They can't stand each other.
Well, let's back up. So let me ask Abracadabra something. So, Abracadabra, have you been to Africa? That's one.
I don't think he has. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. Ab, come on up and hang out. Well, you can talk to us now. Ain't nobody gonna bite you. You know, click on the link and come on up, and you're welcome. We can have a good conversation.
Okay, so you've been to Africa.
There's the link right there if anybody want to come up.
Oh, Ghana.
Oh yeah, he was talking about how Ghana apologized and somehow that's supposed to make everything right. And we're supposed to forget about how they left our people and stuff. Even though Kofi Annan was the secretary of the UN for how many years? And I've come to this country several times, right? And they so much as even stop in a black school to say anything about us.
Actually, Kofi Annan actually did a lot for Black folk. Kofi Annan is the reason why the UN came out and said that America owes blacks reparations.
When did he do this?
Shit, that was back in like 2009, 2011.
Okay, yeah. It must have been a long time ago. I must have missed that one. I must have missed that one. Yeah, Ghana gets U.S. funds, doesn't it, Cerulean? They give government welfare, right?
Yeah, Ghana definitely gets foreign aid / welfare.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Kofi Annan did a lot for as far as like getting the needs of African Americans heard before a broader audience. I mean, mind you, he was doing that. He was doing that as part of a national, well, not even a national, but an international movement, which is why you started seeing people like Haiti demanding reparations from France.
Abigail, this is a good conversation, man. Come on up and kick it with us, man. You're welcome. I just put the link right there in the chat. Just click on the link I put here in the chat. See where it says Zoom. Yeah, man, you got good conversation, man. Really enjoy talking to you. Come on up, man, and chat with us. Consider it an honor. We don't just ask anybody to come up here, man. But you got good you're talking good stuff, man. I like to build with you. Come on up. You see the link there in the chat?
But Ghana really didn't, as overall, Ghana didn't do much of anything. Like, literally, Ghana gives more permanent residency to, well, whites.
Yeah. I'm still trying to figure out
their own brethren. You know how hard it is for a Black American to repatriate to Ghana?
Well, when you click on the link, Abracadabra, what it's going to do is you see on the screen where it says Zoom. That's a program that we run. Now you hear Cerulean talking. He's on Zoom with me. Okay, he's up here on the panel with me. So when you click that on, it's going to bring you up here. It's going to, yeah, but we can't hear you. We want you to come and talk. See how you hear Sabunia talking? If you click on that link that I put there, you'll be able to come up here on the panel with us and talk. People can actually hear you. And we can converse back and forth with you and have a conversation with you in real time versus typing back and forth in the chat. Because when we get into these real big discussions, nobody wants to type 1,000 words in the chat all the time. We rather sit and have a regular conversation. That's why we have the link so people can come up and talk rather than sit there and type 30,000 words every time you turn around. Nervous about what? You have a great conversation. There's nothing to be nervous about. You're not going to sit up and talk about some boo. You know, boo. We're going to say boo, abracadabra. Nah, man. There's nothing to be nervous about. Come on up here, man. We just going to.
Africans have no intent on organizing with us, on sharing any kind of wealth with us, fighting our political movements. They don't mind using our ideology, right, to fight for things like reparations from countries that have colonized them. But they're not going. They do not have any intent on organizing with you, going into any special business unions or exclusive business unions, corporate, institutional, or otherwise, with you. They don't mind taking your money, though. They love taking your money. As a matter of fact, whenever you talk about Pan-Africanism, now the Dems know this very well. Pan-Africanism has basically been co-opted to basically mean mass immigration. And when you understand that, you'll understand why you have, say, for instance, non-ADOS people playing historically Black roles. Well, you know, Putin is quite clever. Mind you, he gathers up 47 African nations. Mind you, he's telling the African nations, like, yes, this is what I'm going to do for you. It's going to be unconditional. I'm not going to be the cruel and brutal overlord that America, Britain, France, or Germany was. Right? But what you're going to see because of that Russia deal, sure, it's a type of neo-colonial play at a game of risk, but what the Africans get on the other end of that is going to be something tremendous. Because if they get access to Russian tech, and Russia is the most technologically advanced military on the planet right now, more advanced than even America, which is why America won't touch them with a 10-foot pole. Anywhere Russia is, America's hesitant to fuck with them.
Well, abracadabra, white folks attacking Black folks without Africa's help. We don't have Africa help now. What are you talking about? And we're being attacked by white folks. I'm not sure what it is that you're referring to when you say your question is, what will we do if whites attack Black folks without Africa's help? We don't have Africa's help now. Hey, Shabuni, am I missing something? Where's Africa's help? What is he talking about here?
Said when?
Did I miss something? Am I understanding something here?
Are you asking me when has Africa helped?
No, he's saying, okay, his question is this. It says, his question is, what will we do if whites attack Black folks without Africa's help? What help is he talking about? It's under my impression now we don't have any help from Africa. Unless you count Dr. Mumbi and Phil from the Advice Show. But I'm unaware of any help. Uh, I don't know what he's talking about.
Well, it's hard to understand it because one, Africa is helping America. Africa is helping whites.
Can't help it, white folks.
I mean, you just think 47 African leaders meeting with Putin. He wasn't meeting. He wasn't meeting with a cerulean gray. These African leaders wasn't meeting with a cerulean gray, right?
Right.
They weren't even meeting with a Ben Carson. Okay.
African, are you African? What is your nationality? Are you Black American? You're African? You not Haitian? No, blacks aren't powerless to against whites. But first of all, whites are losing empire by the moment. They are below replacement rate. They have a whole lot of problems right now. We're not powerless against them. You're a black German? Okay, that's interesting. You were born in Germany? Okay.
Or were you one of the military kids?
Mm-hmm.
I'm probably a military kid.
Mm. That's interesting. That's a different perspective.
Now, see, understand something. How do you think Africa can help the Black American, right? When the African is in his land of birth with a majority with a majority population and still with the minority control.
Okay, so your father and mother is from Ghana. Okay, so you were born in. Okay, your father and mother lived in Germany, and you were born there. Yeah, Dr. Mumbi is such a fraud. I mean, I don't even want to get started.
Oh yeah, let's see when they get this. Look,
Okay, so yeah, okay,
realize,
so really
niggas don't even,
compare.
wait.
Huh?
Niggas don't even realize when like a massive, the real scam. You never heard of the Nigerian prince scam? Niggas don't even realize when they're being scammed by their own.
Yeah. Yeah, Moonbe's a fraud, yo.
Do you know the dangerousness of this is the reason why when you had people like Dr. Boyce Watkins and others, right, running around here talking about we have $1.2 trillion in spending power.
Yeah.
Okay, do you know how dangerous that is? You're basically telling the world that you're open for business.
No, it's not bad. Hold on 1 second. No, Africa, no, it's not bad. Why would we hate you, bro? Nah, man. It's not bad at all. No, that's fine. You're from Germany, man. You're cool, man. You know, your conversation is good, man. You're not here acting like a knucklehead. No,
All I'm saying is
you're
this,
bringing it.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm saying is this. This is the reason why I oppose Dr. Boyce Watkins
Mm-hmm.
when he was running around here telling Negroes that they had $1.2 trillion in spending power.
He's still doing it too.
Which we do not have, right?
Mm-hmm.
What that does is that puts the wrong kind of message into the world.
No, Africa, I think it's cool you're from Germany, man, because we get different perspectives of black people from all around the world. You know, you're black and you were born in Germany. You're a black German. I think that's great.
Wait, Max. Wait, Max. Come on the damn panel. Don't keep right. Come on the panel and actually chop it up or.
Yeah. I put the link in. Yeah, come on up, man. Don't be afraid, bro. Don't be nervous, man. Just come on up. We just regular guys chopping it up, man. Come on up. Your guess, William.
I fucking lost my thought. That, you know, every time you answer,
Talking about Dr. Boyce Watkins, he's still doing it.
right. So, you know, that's one of the reasons why I oppose him when he's going around telling Negroes that they have $1.2 trillion in spending power, which we do not have. What that does is send the wrong kind of messages out into the world, especially to other groups, because what it tells them is that we're open for business and that we have $1.2 trillion to spend with somebody.
Right. Abracadabra. Don't be nervous. It's okay. We don't have a problem with your accent or your language. Okay? That's fine. You can come up here and you can just speak the way you speak. We will figure it out. You don't have to be nervous. No one's going to make fun of you or anything like that because your accent is different or you don't speak the King's English. Whatever. Whatever.
Do you know that Kofi Annan was Ghanaian?
Yes.
Kofi Annan was Ghanaian. Do you know the reason why that he brought our issue, the Black American issue, to the UN? Because one, he was right there, right? And for two, it was being used as a stage, right, to convince the Ghanaian government to go for reparations from whom? France.
Exactly.
See, if the Black American could get the fucking reparations, it solidifies a precedent in which other countries that have been colonized to also get reparations.
Right. And Abracadabra, my language.
Why is it with the Black American? Why is it with the Black American that is so important? Why do you think that is? Because none of those other countries that had been colonized went through what the Black American went through. Certainly not for no 400 fucking years.
Right.
Okay. So if you could set a precedent with this group, all of the other nations or groups fall and are able to follow that same suit. So you would see Haiti, Ghana, getting their reparations from France. You'll see Kenya, Nigeria getting their reparations from Britain.
Yeah, Abracadabra, click on the link, man. Don't worry about your language. My language is awful too. And you type pretty well, so your language can't be that bad. My language is bad too. Come on up, bro. You're welcome up here.
Black Americans are a special group. I would say don't even answer him. Look, if he's not going to come up here, don't even answer him anymore in the chat.
Yeah, Abracadabra. And we're not going to keep typing back and forth with you, man. You're welcome to come up here and have a conversation with us. No one, it's okay if you have an accent or your language is bad, that's fine. All right, anyway, go ahead, Sabrina.
All right, so every time that shit happens, I lose my thought process, Max. That's why I don't even be like an answer to chat all the time. So
okay, yeah, I'm gonna stop doing it too. Go ahead.
I'm starting to think that this is some kind of a troll.
Well, actually, we was having a good conversation, man. He brought up one about we got into it about first I was talking about being pro-black and loving the black woman, and we got into it about Africa. He brought up some good things. He brought up some good points about Africa, and we've been on that. That's it. I don't think he was trolling because he had some good points. We actually had a dialogue back and forth. It wasn't think that, like he was just trolling to be trolling. We actually had a good dialogue back and forth. No, I don't think you're a troll either. He's saying you're trolling now because you won't come up here and conversate with. Most people at this point would have came up here already. Whether they sound bad or not, we don't care about you sounding bad, okay? Or your accent, that's fine. We understand. Yeah, so that's what it was. Like I said, we actually got into a dialogue. Yeah, we actually got into a dialogue about Africa. And I was telling him, I don't know what Africa he's been looking at, but, people always want to leave out the truth about Africa, because they get caught up in what's being said in the country about Egypt and about how we were kings and queens and everything, but they don't see the raw savagery that Africans do to each other.
Africa, look, there's a reason why. Look, you know how many Black Americans go over there and they can sniff the American out in you. They'll take your shit, they'll rob you, they'll fucking dump you, rape you, put your body out to the side of the motherfucking road somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And be driving around in your rent-a-car.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So like I said, I don't know what Africa he's been studying. No, I was talking about Winnie Mandela. Don't even get me started. Like I said, they listen to these Negroes over here, and all they
how you talk about the joining up with a landmass that hasn't joined up with itself yet, and that constantly betrays itself. African Union that constantly betrays the Union.
But he blames that on neo-colonialism.
It can't be blamed on neo-colonialism at this point. I mean, they have the majority of the population with the minority of the control. What does that tell you? If they can't get it together, what makes you think that us joining with them is going to make a big fucking bit of difference?
Well, according to him, they're helping us.
How, Sway?
I have no idea. I thought he was going to tell me at some point how are they helping us. I told you I'm unaware of this so-called help. I don't know anything of it.
No, they help themselves whenever they come here, and then they like to eat off of the Black social capital that we've developed.
Right, and look down
like always like to pretend to be Black. Look, when I was in Japan in the late 90s, there's so many motherfucking Africans there, Nigerians. And do you know what they used to do? They would swear they was from New York, every single one of them.
Mm.
See, they love it when you're spending money, right?
Mm-hmm.
See, don't think that your repatriation to Africa, do you know how hard it is? Even to repatriate to Ghana or Liberia, that shit is not unconditional. It is contingent on that you become a part of the economy, which means you better be bringing some dollars. Okay. I don't know what they teach in the conscious community. I know they teach you that Hollywood history. They like to focus on Egypt, a place that most of them have never even been. But you got Turkish Arabs, right? That run the country of Egypt. And they digging, and if Egyptians are our ancestors, they've been digging your fucking ancestors out of their goddamn grave, desecrating those graveyards like bone pickers. That's what those Arab Turks are doing.
Yeah, in order to,
you know what they do with those bones? They sell them to people like,
and they eat them too.
Well, they sell them. They sell them to places like Germany, Britain, France. That's why, one of the biggest Egyptians exhibits is the Guggenheim, right? It's a German museum. One of the biggest Egyptian. As a matter of fact, you should probably check out a book called Forged Egyptian Antiquities. It was written in 1912. Okay, they give you the Hollywood history. They're not gonna tell you what they really be about. Oh, our Africans are incapable of those kind of horrible things. Bullshit. Africans do some of the most horrendous fucking things to each other. Africans do some of the most horrendous things to each other. They kind of act like the pre-civilized barbarians of Europe. That's the way they really act. If you really want to know the truth. Nigga, don't let the motherfucking bone in the nose or the plate in the lip fool you. But see, that's the thing about Black Americans. We easily fooled by a lot of this shit.
The Guggenheim Museum, huh?
The Guggenheim Museum has one of the biggest Egyptian exhibits. Another was the British Museum of London, the Smithsonian. Those are the three, the big three as far as museums go. When it comes to Egyptian artifacts, those three museums split up all of those damn artifacts.
You know,
and it's not that I don't, you know, and I don't know Abracadabra. You know, I never heard his voice. And he says he's a Ghanaian born in Germany. I don't have any contention with that, right? My thing is this: it's good to have national pride and all, but if you want to show me that you got national pride, join your military force.
Yeah.
Join your police in Ghana. So that way, whenever we interface, Black military men interface with African military men, and we can exchange notes. That's institutional power. But see, I'm gonna show you how much Africans are anti-Black. United States Africa Command, otherwise known as AFRICOM, once had a black man of tremendous character, strength, and fortitude. His name was Kip Ward, Army General. He was also the commander of AFRICOM, right? Before it moved to Germany, to Stuttgart. And he went to the Africans, specifically the Northeast Africans, strike a deal. They turned him down. They turned him the fuck down. And the few countries that were going to take a deal, and it was contingent on all of the countries that that America was going to train their police forces. There were like two countries that took the deal, and what happened was the Pentagon shooed him out of the way real quick, had him reassigned. The other countries wouldn't come on unless the commander was white. They wouldn't do business with anybody representing America unless it was a white man. Better ask. Look, if Kip Ward wrote a book, sure. No. When they did the business with the white man, that white man made sure he took full advantage, raked them over the fucking coals. Took their coltan, made trillions of dollars off of the mineral wealth of those regions. Gave them pennies. And then made them go into structural adjustment agreements, right? With the IMF. That never got completed. And even though they never got completed, those countries were still on the hook for them for an infrastructural build out. That's what a structural adjustment program is. It's to build infrastructure. And that's why you see a lot of Africa underdeveloped while they're still holding the debt. They're still holding the debt that they borrowed from the International Monetary Fund. While having made trillions off of the minerals that they bought for pennies, literally pennies. It translated into material wealth for the West. But that's what they wanted. They wanted a white man. It couldn't be anybody but a white man. You know they call Kip Ward an Akata in Nigeria? You know, Kip Ward is one of the greatest military leaders America has had in this recent century. If Colin Powell would be considered the Louverture of modern Black military history, Kip Ward would be considered Dessalines. Phenomenal strategist. Phenomenal strategist. Now, when he brought the deal from CENTCOM to the nations, some of them took it. I think Sudan, Northern Sudan was one of the countries that accepted Kip Ward with a warm embrace. You know, a lot of the other North African countries, like, fuck you. Don't come back unless you got a white man in tow. And now, thanks to their arrogance, their benign arrogance, now they're in debt to the IMF still. And the IMF, understand, IMF is just a trades and holding firm. It's kind of like a title. It's kind of like a title company, right? Because all of the money that's used for, say, a infrastructural build out, it actually doesn't come from the IMF itself. It doesn't. It comes from various corporations. The IMF simply structures the deal. And then whenever it's to be paid back, the debt, it's not paid back directly to the IMF. It is paid back to the Bank of International Settlements. Oh, and not to mention that debt accrues interest annually. Kind of like a 30-year subprime mortgage. So these people mortgage their futures, allows the Western corporations to rape them and rake them over the coals financially. And then after the fact, then they want the Negro's help, the noble Negro of America. Now, do you want to know whose story I just told you? What country specifically? I told you the story of South Sudan. I told you the story of Ghana, Liberia, which is why in those countries they give more permanent citizenship to European white folk and Chinese people than anybody else. I just told you the story of Nigeria and Kenya and South Africa. That one story. So understand, Africans ain't got no fucking no kind of intent or creative will to want to organize with black folk. They're not trying to fuck with you. Hell, and if you stay over in fucking Europe or in America too goddamn long, they ain't trying to fuck with you either.
Huh.
If you're African and your ass is second generation, but you born somewhere else, they ain't trying to fuck with you either. Unless you got some bread, they'll still treat you nice. They'll still treat you kind because you're one of theirs. But ultimately, you're going to be locked out of any kind of social circles. You're not going to be able to develop any social capital whatsoever. Africans, the wealthiest Africans, take the majority of their fucking money and they spend it outside of Africa. You telling me that we need to join up with these people? These are the most financially and fiscally irresponsible group of people on the planet. That is how whites have maintained control in those countries. They're financially and fiscally irresponsible. This is a fact. They send their kids, especially if they're a part of the government, their parents are part of the government, they send their kids all over the fucking world to get educated, to set up businesses, hell, to have children. And in the process, that second generation becomes a hyper consumer in whatever country they find themselves into. And then whenever they try to go back, your kids want to go back, they get treated like second-class citizens in a country of their origin, which is the country of their origin. That's why if you speak too good English, you go back to Nigeria and you want to, you're gonna be looked down upon like scum. Why you think Putin called Africa a fucking graveyard for Africa's wealthy?
A graveyard for Africa's wealthy?
Yeah, it's a grave. That's what he referred to Africa as. Africa is a graveyard for the rich. Even he said it. They go and spend their money with they buy European and Japanese cars. They send their kids all over the world to get educated. That gets some of them end up staying in these countries, having children, second generation, have no intent on coming back to their own country. So they're wealthy, robs the country. That's the reason why Africa. That's the reason why African nations, despite having a majority population, retain the minority control. And the reason why is because the wealthiest Africans take the majority of their fucking money that the country makes outside of Africa, outside of their country. The kind of money that could be used to develop infrastructure that they wholly own, similar to the way Gaddafi did, right? Gaddafi bailed this country, Libya, out of debt back in the mid 80s, completely debt free. As a matter of fact, what he did was he closed off any further loaning or borrowing from places like the International Monetary Fund. And he took the country's reserves, and from that country's reserves, he built the infrastructure himself, diverted the water to inland Libya, right? Built power plants, built water plants, built these huge freaking cities. Or these huge prefectures were people that were he literally brought up the quality of life for his whole fucking country. There was no more living in shanty hand built buildings or tents. You see? And you know who sold them out? It was the African Union.
Mm.
No good niggas.
And he was the last ally, and he was the last ally to the pro-black Pan-African. He was the last ally, Gaddafi.
So then when you talk about this pro-black stuff, that's why niggas.
Yeah, I would say we got way off into the, but it's hard to, Cerulean gets on the road, you don't want to stop him because he be dropping so much knowledge. But yeah, we didn't want to go in that direction. We went way off topic. But
come on, Max.
Yeah.
If I was talking about the love of black women, what's going on here, man, Max? That's what I was
What's that?
If I was talking about the love of black women, what's going on here, Max? We're going all.
Yeah. No. We got into we got sidetracked with another discussion. That's all.
That's why the ladies came here. They want to hear how the black man loves them. You see him drooling.
Yeah. Right.
Hey, I never told you this, Max. Cynthia put your last show on her, I think, thumb tag on YouTube, like a little billboard.
That's what's up, man.
So, come on, man. I talk about the black woman here.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for giving. Okay, yeah. So, Cerulean, let me ask you this question, bro. You there?
Yes.
Okay, so in your opinion, give me your take of this, because I think I know where you you are with this, and you know where I kind of see it. So, I want everybody to see what you think about this. In your opinion, does pro-blackness start with loving the black woman?
No, pro-blackness starts with economics.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Honest, bro.
One, you don't have the damn economics. It don't matter how much love you got for someone, it's not going to fucking work out. And understand families. What breaks up a family? What are the two top things that cause a breakup of a family?
Finance and infidelity.
Nope. Finance is one of them. Infidelity is not the second one.
And
a lack of finance being the very first one, right?
Mm-hmm.
And taxation.
Mm-hmm.
Taxation actually contributes more, because the reason why you have a lack of money is because tax is the single greatest robber of generational wealth.
Generational wealth, right?
But sir, you know what a lot of people say, but General, we have to pay taxes. If we're not, they're gonna come get us.
Yeah, but Cerulean, but listen, if you got, you can look at economics as well too, right?
Yeah.
But does that really, economics, I don't know if economics have a lot to do with being pro-black. I think pro-black is more of
it has everything to do with being pro-black. One, it's about where you spending your money, who you're supporting, where you're putting it at. See, you got to understand, pro-blackness is one part. It's like a holy trinity. Yeah, one part ideas, one part work, and one part finance. That is what the holy trinity of pro-blackness is.
Okay.
Now, whenever it comes to pro-blackness, you can't say is pro-blackness hinged on you being with a black woman. When black women themselves are a part of the pro-black cycle, right? Because one, they have the majority of the black community's income. That's the purse strings. So in other words, if I'm telling you that pro-blackness begins at economics and your black woman has the purse strings, what am I telling you?
Then you're telling me it begins at the black woman, but she has the purse strings. If you're saying that, if it begins at economics, she has the purse strings, so then it must begin with her.
No, it begins with you. See,
well, you see, yeah, but just think about that is this, right? I look at it. What was that?
Well, pro-blackness begins with you. It always begins. It has always begin with the man, right? See, we're talking about Buy
But this begins with the man, right?
history.
But doesn't that man have to make a conscious decision, right? Doesn't he have to manifest that belief into fruition?
And how is he going to manifest that belief into fruition with no economics?
By this by displaying, well, yeah, you're gonna need economics, right? But you can have economics without the woman. See, what I'm saying is, to me, I think it's more of a loyalty thing. Yeah, economics have a lot to do with it, right? But I think it's more of a who you're loyal to as a race rather than economics, because we're a lot of us are living broke right now.
Let me tell you something, Max. Let me tell you something, Max.
Hey, Max, you didn't read Daughter of the Trade, have you? You need to read that book.
Max, let me tell you something. Max. It's like I said, right? All the motherfucking love in the world don't add up to a hill of fucking beans.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
If your children inherit dust.
Oh, no doubt, because you're starving. You're right. You got it. As a matter of fact, your love has everything to do with the fact that your children eat dust or not. Your love has everything to do with that.
No, your love. See. Your love is where you spend your money at. Your loyalty is whom you spend your money with.
Right.
Your love is contingent on economics, my nigga. You're living in a capitalist society. Look, I said this in A Soldier in Every Home, structure and stability. You cannot have structure and stability
when you're broke.
Exactly. See, you can find love through wait. You can find love through structure and stability, but you'll never get structure and stability through love. You can have all the motherfucking love you want.
Okay, so
if whatever union you go in is not structured and stable, and those things are hinged on economics, you ain't got nothing. All you got is some shallow, skin deep feelings that won't add up to a hill of beans, bro.
Okay, so all right, so basically, you're saying that Phil from the Phil Advice show, that he's pro-black because his wife isn't black.
Because it was white and black because he picked his wife. Max, you forgot he picked that Mexican.
He has the money. Well, actually, he's with Dr.
We'll put it like this, Max. Pro-blackness. This is why people they create these straw mans about pro-blackness. Mm-hmm. Pro-blackness is not what you feel; it is what you do.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Pro-blackness,
and being a black woman is something that you do.
Pro-blackness is a verb, not a noun.
Right, and being with a black woman is something.
Action.
Isn't that something that you do?
I'll put it like this: Joy Reid married to a black man. That coonette pro-black.
Mm-hmm.
Are you pro-black? You married to a black woman, but everything about you says that you are anti-black.
Mm-hmm.
Obsidian cries, pouts, and whines about black women all day, and then whenever you challenge, say, "Why don't you just go to another group of women?" Says, "I don't want to go to another group of women. I want black women." Is he also pro-black?
He absolutely is not.
But
God,
see, from his mind. See, if we just say for like at a basic level, we say just love for the black woman. Well, love has to translate into something.
Yep, it has to be something you do.
Well, look, if you look at what Ali said, right? Ali said, "Why wouldn't he want his children to look like him?" Isn't that loyalty, right? Isn't that pro-black loyalty? In order to have that, in order for him to say that and have that kind of mentality, he has to be married to a black woman.
If that were all it was, Max, if that were all it was, then I would have to charge the entire fucking race with being some disloyal motherfuckers.
Facts.
A great deal of us are.
No, I'm saying is that if that were the case, if that's the only prerequisite, I would have to say that we are all some disloyal motherfuckers. Here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why we don't have any institutions, yeah, we got people that be with black women all the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then now you look at this. You look at this mess that has been made with these black women talking about how these men ain't shit. And at least 2/3 of them are chaff, according to my estimation, and that's being generous. These are women that dealt with black men. These are men that dealt with black women. I would have to say that black men, for the most part, 2/3, are some very racially disloyal motherfuckers. And I would also have to say the same thing for sisters. You see? If that was the only prerequisite. You can have love for the human being's body. You can have love, in some kind of extra spiritual, intrinsic type of shit, right? Metaphysically. But your love, if your love is not translating into something real, you're living in a material world. You're living in a system of capitalism. This is why we fight so hard to get this Negro, this derelict Negro male, to serve his community. Because he doesn't understand that the life of man is a life of service.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't think it's his responsibility, and it is. He asks questions like, why should I have to do that? Well, if you have to ask, then, I mean, to ask the question is the answer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you don't want to do it. It's because you're a lazy fuck.
Yep. You're a derelict.
You're derelict.
You're a pussy.
Pro-blackness is a verb, not a noun. See, what happens is that we begin to devalue what blackness is when we just let it be contingent on simply something as laying down with one another, because pro-blackness is more than that. And if it's not translating into action in the form of provisions, institutions, village type economics in which we can raise a better generation than what
Right,
we
I don't. Yeah, but I still don't see.
then we'd have to say that we are some very disloyal motherfuckers.
Okay, but listen, I still don't understand this stuff, right? You can have the economics, right? Yes, you need the economics, but you need the woman too in order for you to be authentically pro-black. You need the woman to accomplish that.
But if that's the case, then we'd have to say Barack Obama is a goddamn pro-black, and he is not.
Nah, he's not. Nah, see,
That a black woman, he's a black kid. Wait, his legacy came through the legs of a black woman now.
Yeah, but you're devaluing the being pro-black, and then you're changing the definition of it. I never said anything about Coons. Coons married black women too. I'm talking about.
But Max, it defeats the purpose what you're trying to say, bro.
Hold on, man, before you interrupt me, man. Okay, listen to what I'm saying first. I'm saying in order to be authentically pro-black, right, then that has to start with the love of the black woman. Because if you don't love the black woman and you marry another woman, then you're not being loyal to your race. That's what pro-black is really all about, is being loyal to your race.
Then what I'm saying is that the coon has to also be thrown in there with the pro-black.
No, we can't put the coon in there because we know that the coon has an anti-black agenda.
There is niggas that love the black woman and the black man all day and still have an anti-black agenda.
Oh, well, then they're anti-black. Then we're going to identify them as anti. See, I'm not saying that you can't.
This is the cold thing about it, Max. This is the cold thing about it. This is why we get to ask these questions. That's why we have to have a cohesive political idea about pro-blackness. And all of the historical scholars agree. They all begin at economics. Dr. Amos Wilson, Dr. Claude Anderson, Miller Fuller Jr.
If you follow what you're saying, right? Then basically you're condoning swirling, and you're saying that swirlers are pro-black.
No, that's what you're saying. Because then a white boy that sleeps with a black woman can be pro-black by what you're saying.
If I say what now?
I'm saying by what you're saying, a swirler can be a pro-black by what you're saying, because a white man, all he has to do is have love for the black woman. I mean,
okay, so let me clarify myself.
Gary Owens is pro-black, I guess.
I see what you're saying, and you're right. Let me clarify myself. I'm talking about as a black man being pro-black, not a white man or Asian man or any other kind of man. I'm just only talking about a black man being pro-black. In order for him to be pro-black, it has to start with the love of the black woman, because you can't be loyal to your race, right? If you don't have the black woman in your life, if she's not there to help you establish your family and pass down your legacy, right, to your black children, then you're not pro-black. You can't pass down your legacy, right? You can't pass on,
So in other words, any Negro, right, that has love for the black woman at least long enough to lay down horizontal with her, have a child, even if he abandons that child, he's still pro-black because
no, not saying that. Not saying that. I'm talking about dudes who are on point. Okay, I'm talking about cats who understand what it is and they want to remain loyal to their race. Okay, being pro-black, and they take pro-black being seriously because that's the way they live their life. I'm not talking about coons, deadbeat dads, bums, and all these dudes who got stood up at the prom and they mad about it for 30 years. I ain't talking about that. Those are not pro-black people. Hey, Frankie, how you doing? Like to man of tomorrow, isn't pro-black. What happened? You fell off there?
I'm saying is not, the esteemed lady Christine said it. Nothing can be built without economics, not even love, my nigga.
I don't know about that because
I'm just saying, love don't look.
Okay, check this out.
Love don't conquer everything. Look,
families, right, who stay together, who don't have a penny, don't have a dime in the bank, pot to piss. I can show you some families right now, right, that don't have a nickel in the bank. They straight up broke, but they're all still together. I know people who live off of water and don't have a dime to their name, but they're together. What do you say about those people? What do you say about those people who stay together who don't have anything?
I'll just say that.
Wait a minute. There are people out there who live on the street, don't actually really have a place to go, right? But they have each other. They stay together.
Yeah.
What do you think doing that?
Yeah, they not pro-black.
No, we're talking about, like you said, you can't have.
As a black man, right? As a black man, you're on the street with your woman. You're not pro-black.
There's some truth to that because you're not providing the.
What you are in is in a relationship of convenience. You fucked up and she's fucked up, and because you both have low self-esteem, and because the male has no fucking drive, they remain on the goddamn street. That's not pro-black. That is just a lack of ambition and a low self-esteem, and makes them think, or makes her think, that that's acceptable from a man, and that makes him think that that should be acceptable. And just
wait a minute now. You're assuming, right, that they've been that way from the time they met. Now, if they were that way from the time they met and he was on the street and they didn't do anything, follow him around, whatever, then yeah, I agree with you. But if they had already had something and they fell from grace, and she already knows what he's made out of, what he's capable of, and what they're going through is just a little bit of bad luck, and she trusts that he's going to get them back on their feet, then no, that's a whole different ballgame. Of course she's going to stick by his side because she knows what he's made out of. She's seen him do it before. But if you're saying that if you're saying that he was derelict from day one, then yeah, that's a different ball game. Hey, Vonda, how you doing? Okay, my strong people are starting to show up.
But I'm telling you, Bax,
Huh?
love is not unconditional.
Well, only from a mother it is.
Love and respect are the most conditional commodities human beings ever will have.
I don't know if you can do that because you see now you're talking like a scientist again. See, this is the problem I have
No,
with you scientists.
I'm talking. No, see, I'm talking as a human being, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are 6 things that every human needs to live and thrive in the modern era: food, clothing, shelter, education, employment, and security.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
It is contingent. A woman's love is contingent on you provide, brother. All right. I mean, that's just what it is.
You're getting no argument for me there. Let me put this link in the chat here real quick. So basically what you're saying is pro-blackness doesn't start with that's Bible study? What's Bible study? So did you cut out there? Did you go out or
I'm
can you hear me?
I'm still here.
Yeah, okay. So basically what you're saying is, right, without if you don't have the money, if you don't have the economic structure, right, then you can't be in love with another woman. Simply because you can't provide for it, that's what stops you from being in love with her.
Again, so you see, pro-blackness is a verb, not a noun. It's in what you do, not in what you say, not in what you feel.
Yeah.
Not love if you ain't providing shit.
I mean, oh wow. See, there's a whole lot of problems with that, man. A whole lot of problems, especially in this day and age. About who? So Dame Frankie said, what is the condition of a man's love? She's asking you that question, Cerulean. Frankie, you want to come on up? The link is in the chat.
Look, a woman's gonna love what she loves. She likes what she likes. A man's love is not this. Nature demands that. That's not me saying that. That's nature saying that, right? Food, clothing, shelter, education, employment, security. Lower animals, all they worry about is what? Food and security.
Yeah, but animals worry about balancing the checkbook, checking their account every morning. They don't have to worry about the stock exchange or what's being printed in the Wall Street Journal. They don't have to worry about none of that. Punching in, punching the clock. They're just doing something that they've been born to naturally do, to hunt and survive. That's pretty much their whole existence. I'm not even sure animals are happy. I mean, they appear to look happy, I guess, sometimes, but you can never really tell. Well, we know their existence could be absolutely miserable because of what they are what they have to do every day to survive. Frankie, the what's
Yeah,
the
I
name
think
of
it says well, see, the thing is, Max, is I think it sends the wrong message to say love should be unconditional. It's the wrong message.
Well, I wouldn't say it has to be unconditional.
Because if it just starts with wait, see, because if it just starts with love, right?
Uh-huh.
That just gives too much leeway for one, the men to start walking over the women.
Wait a minute, what now?
It just gives too much leeway and low standards for men to just start walking over the women.
I don't know if it gives a low. What do you mean by a low standard? Are you saying? Okay, so what you're saying is
based on
that
this idea of unconditional love. Does pro-blackness start with loving? Pro-blackness is not
See,
a noun, but it's a verb.
No, I never said unconditional. Oh, but wait a minute. Maybe it is unconditional in a way, because you can't be pro-black without the without the black woman, unless she passed away. She was your woman at one point. She passed away or something like that. How are you being pro-black without her? Frankie, hit the link in the chat so you can come on up, because he's not going to do a lot of answering people in the chat, because there's been a lot of typing today. So come on up and chew it up.
See, here's the thing, right? We've been going at these niggas about this gynocracy thing, right?
Right.
They said that they can't do anything because the black woman. See, because this is almost like an advocacy for a gynocracy.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what we're saying? That what we do as men, as black men, should be wholly contingent.
You know what? Yeah, Christine makes a good point too, right? That's Bible study taught, unconditional love. You think that's where we got it from? That's a good point. That's a valid point. You think that's where the term even came from? What did I do, Christine? You mean when I said being pro-black starts with the love of the black woman? I think it does. I don't know, maybe it's the way I look at pro-blackness, Probably the way my mind is shaped around being pro-black. It's a lot different than what you guys think pro-blackness is today. Hold on one second. Let me check what's the name and see if Now, so when you said it was an application, you said? Okay, it might not be there right now.
Say again?
Christina, I didn't know what you mean. You said Max, you did. Yes. What did I do, Christine? Tell me what I did, because I can't figure out what you're saying. So nah, I'm not saying that if the guy is pro-black that he should come back up, Frankie. I was just about to click you in. You fell off. Oh, yes, I did. I don't know. Did I say that? I don't know if I said unconditional, but you may be right that it may be it could be looked at like that, because I guess when you
not even in the not even in pre classical or even primitive societies was just love conditional, right?
Hold on, wait. And welcome to the show, Dame Frankie. How you doing, Frankie? She's up on the panel with us. I guess her mic is still muted. Go ahead, Cerulean.
Not even in Primitive Man, there's a thing called love. This whole idea of love is very, very new. There's always been condition. See, you make pro-blackness just that simple, right? If you make pro-blackness just that simple,
You know what? I think here. Okay, who's got the noise? Somebody's got some background noise.
Hello?
Okay, there you go.
Okay. Are you still picking up background noise?
No.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I came in late and I came in Cerulean was talking about that everything, well, not everything, let's see who's going on, things having conditions, and one of them was love. And the women's love is to be provided for, provision. And I was like, well, okay, I've always heard what the women's condition is, but I always been curious, what is the men's condition? If love is conditional and women's love is provision, conditional on provision, then what is men's love conditional?
Well, you want it in a primitive sense? How raw you want me to get?
Let's start off with the primitive and work our way up.
Yeah, okay.
A lot of the stuff that I hear is like a lot of new age stuff that really don't got nothing to do with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
We talk about a man's condition is very simple. Do you fuck them? Do you feed them? That's it.
That don't always
that's
mean love. It just means that's what he likes. That's what he wants.
Because see, this is my thing, right? My thing. It's actually a universal thing. Love is temporary.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, in other words, since it's temporary, when the provision goes, the woman goes. When the sex and the food goes for the man, or she no longer cooks for him, he's gone. He's gone too. That's the simple.
That's because that's all we are. We are primitive at our core.
Okay. All right. Now let's get to the next level. We're above the animal level now.
Actually, we're not. That's the thing. We like to think that we are, but we really aren't.
Okay.
We like to think that we are something more, and that comes in with the new age kind of neo-Lamarckian the neo-Lamarckian stuff. What separates us, the humans, from the animals, because we have the ability to reason and all of this, right?
Okay. Well, if you think if we scrape away the fantasies and fairy tales that have been in our head about love, we will understand a little better how to treat each other. Because I know everybody keeps going, but I can't help it. Scripturally, the Bible said the man is to love the woman like he loves himself. So for himself is sex and food. Is he projecting sex and food on the woman because that's the way he wants to be loved? He just wants sex and food, so he tries to provide the woman sex and food.
Yes.
And I forgot what it was exactly. Bible said about how she was to love her man, or I think she was just to respect and obey him, or something like that. As long as he's following the word of God.
Things like, let's see, now you're getting into 19th century Protestant Christian cult of domesticity. We're talking about respect and honor and be pure and chaste and all that other nonsense.
Yeah, until she marries him, then she's no longer pure and chaste.
Well, see, that's the fallacy of the Bible, right? We're all born in sin and shaped in iniquity, so that means that we're inherently pure when we're inherently impure when we're born.
Mhm.
You see, I think what's happening. See, Max, you had a good point when you said a long time ago that we have a lot of useless information in our heads. Christianity being one of them. A lot of black folk, no matter how anti-Christian or against their Bible that they say they are, it always comes out in conversations like this.
Yeah, I've seen atheists bring it up. So it's ingrained into us, or as you like to say, we've been indoctrinated with it. But okay, I just thought back to Max topic. Okay, to be black first, to be pro black, must marry a black woman. So that comes back to loving yourself. So a man, when he marries any woman that is not black, he is essentially saying that he does not love himself. So that's how it
And,
becomes so easy for him to go outside.
and Max, who did I say pro-blackness begins with?
Because with economics, you said.
I said who? I said
Oh, it begins with
economics
the
is what? I said who?
man. Right.
It begins with the man. See, the man has to already have a high opinion of himself.
Hmm.
You see,
And we
if
know quite a few of them do
he
not.
doesn't have a high opinion of himself, he's not going to have a high opinion of his women. And so, therefore, but pro-blackness always has to begin with the man.
Hmm. Hmm.
The man is the initiator.
Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. So in
There's plenty of men that are good.
until fairly recently, black women had always been black men. If they have any say in the matter or the choice in the matter, it's always been black men. Now that's slowly changing. Um, because we got female swirlers now. It used to be very rare, very rare. Now it's the let me see, the generation under me. I've seen it only fairly recently with the 25 and maybe 30 and under. Because the first one I seen I was in my mid 20s, and the next one I seen, I was in my early 40s. Big gap. One was married, one was just living with the boy, and and the younger, I had a chance to have a conversation with the younger generation, and she said black men were not looking toward her. They didn't see her. They didn't think she was attractive. Only one that approached her or said that she was beautiful or found her beautiful were white. So she went white, and now that's her inclination.
Now, does she hate
So
herself?
because the other black men weren't seeing her as beautiful, they weren't interested in her. They never stepped to her. The one that did is the one she went with. So it still go back. The swirling black women now are because they're not being stepped to.
Okay, low opinion of a man, right? A man
Hmm.
low opinion of himself,
Hmm.
right?
Yep.
Man has low opinion of himself.
They're gonna all say is we all putting it all back on the men, but I don't know why they can't accept that everything is men's first. Everything is men's first. It's always been men's first. Whether you go biblically, primitive, whatever, it's always been men first. And I don't know if it's because there's more and more non-traditional, but I've seen traditional where they went that way too. So um, they, it, I only see it mostly on. I only see it in YouTube. I've never really seen it out where I'm at, where this everything's the woman's fault. Hold on a second. I'm sorry.
Well, the derelict Negro male will make it all the woman's fault, won't they?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I was just surprised how many older ones was like that, my age and closer. It's like, oh my goodness, I expected to hear that nonsense from younger, but when you're getting into mid 40s and 50s and 60s, I was like, okay, was I not hearing this, seeing this? I've only kind of heard it one time, and that's one of my cousins, and he's I, I guess, what would you call? I forgot. A beta male. He wouldn't call himself that. He wouldn't think of himself. He wouldn't refer to him as that. But that argument I heard against women, especially baby mamas, child support, I've kind of recently heard it with him. It's like there's a lot of stuff that after I came to YouTube, I started seeing with him, and he's in his 40s. And I was like, okay, why am I not hearing this a lot more with the younger men unless they been influenced by the older men? But I'm seeing buku with the older men on YouTube. My cousin was the only one I saw outside of YouTube that was close to some of the stuff I seen in YouTube. And I know he ain't a YouTube person. Okay, did I just take over the conversation again?
No, keep going.
Okay, so there's got to be a trigger point, and if we can find where this started diversion, or it has men always felt this way, but they kept it quiet, and now YouTube has become the barber shops and the beauty shop, and what used to be separate, women had their little say so in the barber shops or their houses or wherever, and men's had their little say so in the barber shops and wherever they would congregate at. And now YouTube, they in house. So now we getting arguments, and they hearing both sides, and it sounds like the women are blaming the men, and the men are blaming the women. And some of the things they saying, we saying against men, I've always heard it as a Pacific, like my man is no good, or my man ain't crap, or the when they talk about the independent woman, it ain't independent women. It's a front. Your friend get dumped, and you tell her she don't need that particular man. She could do all right without him to help build her confidence so she can move forward instead of staying and concentrating all her anger on him to get her past that. And now it's being turned to be we're saying that we don't need men. I never heard that except in the context of you broke my heart. What I'm going to do without him, you're trying to shore her up and get her to move beyond that point. Otherwise, she fixates on him and start giving him all kind of hell, and the children get all caught up in the middle. And somehow it became we're saying we don't need men. Oh no, we're not saying that. But if we have to, we do, but we don't want to. But we're not going to, some of us are not going to accept anybody, especially if you've been hurt and stuff like that. But the only thing I could see one saying that is they used to living by themselves for so long. It takes a while for them to undo what they already always had done. Like when I was living with someone, I had to get used to him taking out the trash and him telling me, no, I got it. And then I'm waiting and waiting and waiting. I'm used to it just going out immediately. And then I want to go back in there and just get the trash out of the way and be like, hey, I said I got it. Okay, I wish you hurry up and get it because it's driving me crazy. Yeah, so I had to learn to just accept it. Yes, you will get the trash out. It doesn't have to go out just that moment, But when you used to just getting it done and just do it, because you always had to do it, it takes a while to unsync from that. And I'm hearing all these little, like they twist what's became conditional or what's been used as a front, as a shield to kind of help you move forward, as a way to throw it back at us, to use as an excuse that we're saying this and that.
Frankie.
Yeah. I
Okay.
bet I'm a pause.
Yeah, I'm not sure. You said a lot of things, but
I think I pulled this off topic.
yeah, but are you asking a question or you just ranting or what are you doing?
I started off with a question. I'm doing both. I
Okay.
think what it is, I say we need to find where the veering off at, because if we got 40, 50, and 60-year-olds saying this more so than the younger generation, something happened to veer off, and it can't be this nonsense about women being feminists, because I don't remember being a Pacific feminist.
You said you don't remember being a feminist?
Yeah, okay. I've always heard equal pay for equal work, but that don't mean I was invested in all the feminist whatever their memorandum talking points are. I don't believe in abortion. I don't I do believe in birth control, but hey, that's because you're not ready to have kids, so you shouldn't have kids. But hey, when sex is good, sex is good. So yeah. So and I never really heard all the feminist stuff. All I ever concentrate on when I think feminist is them ladies protesting equal pay for equal work. But everybody wants equal work for equal pay. So I didn't think of it as just specifically feminist. I just figured that was common sense.
I
Okay, I guess I wasn't very political. So, and I wonder, there's a lot of women who not that political. They not a feminist in whatever the definition of a feminine is. It's just simple stuff. And I don't know if they make any connection to feminism.
um
Okay, I lost y'all, didn't I?
I'm trying. Uh,
That's why I was trying not to go up there, because when I'm writing, I'm forced to focus. When I'm talking, I can, as you can see, jump all over the place.
yeah. Okay. I had one question though.
Yeah,
All right. You started off. You said that. Um, I think you said that.
I was asking what was the condition for men's love, since women's are conditional. This is love is conditional, and we already know what was stated what women's condition is, but never heard of what men's condition is. And he said it's basically at the very basic, sex and food.
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much. He's right.
Hmm.
Yeah. We're very simple. We're not complicated like people try to make us out to be. We're very.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
We're very primitive. Very simple.
Okay, but if since everybody seems to know women's condition is provision, why does depending on the provision, she's everything from a hoe to a gold digger, slut, what's the other one, strag, everything else, but that's but provision is supposed to be normal uh
But you
conditions for women, you
right.
know.
But the
Yeah.
problem that you're having is that you actually believe that these men speak for real men. See, real men don't have those kind of thought. We don't have those problems. We don't think that a woman is a whore or a stag or whatever, simply because she's doing what comes natural to her is surviving.
Hmm.
Of course, she needs resources, especially if she has children. The real men understand that, but these guys out here who are awkward, don't know how to talk to women, don't know how to deal with women, have bad luck with women, are always into some issue with a woman. They don't understand that. They don't care anything about that. And those are the ones that are barking about you're a whore, you're a slut, you're a gold digger, and all this other stuff.
But they want that too.
They who?
Yeah.
They
I, I
who?
I seem to notice the ones that scream the most about that. That's what they want. I think they becoming like women in the sense that sometimes we don't always know or very clear about or articulate what we want because we lie to ourselves to a certain extent.
But
I
it doesn't
won't,
matter
I
if
won't,
you
I
are.
won't. And now the men are starting to do that, which is creating confusion for the
Yeah,
woman
hold
because
on for
we
one second.
we
Yes,
we've altered over the years to adjust
yeah.
to getting a
Can you hear me?
man.
Can you
Hmm.
hear me? Hold
Oh,
on
I'm
for one
sorry.
second. Yeah, don't just go off on a long thing, okay? Listen to what I'm saying, right?
Okay, all right.
It's about who articulates what or whatever. You can articulate something well or whatever, right? It depends on what it is that you're articulating. It's the kind of thing, okay?
Oh,
Listen to what I'm
dang
saying,
it.
right?
Okay. All right.
It's about who articulates what or whatever.
Sorry
I
about
got
that.
you on, echo. Somebody got me on the echo. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it depends. So it doesn't matter what they articulate. It's how they articulate. It's what they're saying. Okay, these guys, a lot of these guys, right? They are
Mm.
socially awkward. They don't know how to talk to women. They have bad luck with women. Okay, and they want a woman to already be made a certain way, and that's just not realistic. Okay, and because they can't have the woman that they want, they get upset. They throw tantrums. They act like little kids. They act like little sissies. A lot of them are probably closet homosexuals. Okay,
Mhm.
this is who you're having a problem with. You're not having a problem with women. You're not having a problem with me or Stephen Gray or Charles Faulkner Jr. You're not having problems with us. We're not sitting here talking on your gold digger. You understand what your nature is. We know that you are going to have to survive. We know that you're going to have to meet certain means to get by in this world, whether you're a mother or you're a single woman. Okay, so you won't hear these things coming from us. It's only going to come from the obsidians and these weak dudes who are feminine and socially awkward and they don't know how to talk to women. That's where all that's going to come from.
Okay.
The,
And I think it's
the problem
creating.
that hold on,
Okay.
the problem that guys like me and Celine are having with women is that y'all think that these guys see all. That's the
What you
biggest
said?
problem. Huh?
What was that last bit?
The problem is the problem that we're having is that you know a lot of you women think that these type of guys, these weak dudes, they speak for all of us. And they don't.
Coincidentally, as for, I was thinking the same thing. Uh, the think the craziness that some of the men are dealing with, they using it to represent all of us women, and they keep trying to beat us over the head with it. And any example that they see that matches what they believe, they use that to beat us over the head with. So two sides, same coin.
Yeah, well, you're gonna get that from those type of brothers. They have some issues with women. They're mad at women for whatever reason. A lot of them hate their own mothers. I've seen panels to where they had groups of guys sitting on the panel hating their own black mothers and talking
Mm-hmm.
about hating their mothers. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
really hating their mothers. Okay, so these are the type of men you're gonna get this kind of rhetoric from. Them women black women can do nothing right. They hate black women. That's why many of them are homosexual and call themselves going their own way. They can snip each other's butts. That's really
Okay.
what they want to do.
Hmm. But I think a new problem is starting to show up. I don't know. I've only been on YouTube to the chat channels um uh around the last year or so. Um, I think what it is, the men who are not like that, that are secure in themselves, they're attracting a lot of women, which is creating a lot of jealousy for the ones that do not. And as more and more women gravitate to those men's channels that, well, they're men, you know. um, is creating jealousy because all of a sudden I'm seeing select this and all that stuff going on, and alpha male and all these different things. And because we're gravitating to men that seem more straightforward, that don't seem effeminized, or as some like to say, fuck boys or dusties, you know, are not trying to beat us up over the head with stuff that most of us had nothing to do with.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I agree.
Hmm. Or are they not whining and crying? Uh, Sometimes they do. Sometimes they sound like they're having a legitimate rant. Okay, but it's happening over and over and over again, and you can almost pinpoint when they're gonna break it up. I almost be watching a clock and doing a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's back to women again.
Well, you won't get that over here. We don't do that over here. And my thing is, some of the arguments that I think the biggest one that they seem to be going over is the child support one.
Okay.
That seems to be their biggest pet peeve, the child support.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I've had family members on child support. I had the women who had their children. Some of them try to manipulate the system. I seen them how they work to keep from it. They learn the system real well. They talk to other men who went through this, and learn what to do and what not to do. Uh, yeah, and they just push through it. Yeah, they do vent, and but they move on. The only time it comes up again is when they trying to teach another man, hey, you need to do this, this, and this. Make sure you have receipts on everything and stuff like that. Go to everything with the court. Learn what you can and can't do to make sure to ensure your visitation rights, and what you can and can't do, stuff like that. And that's when you hear it again. But otherwise, after they have their vent and they learn what they learned, it don't come up again until they trying to show another man what to do. But this, it's getting, some of it's getting ridiculous. I still laugh to this day about the dude that says it's her fault for not making him wear a condom, or and I was like, what did he say? And I know for a fact of a 22-year-old boy about to get him some from his girlfriend. He ran out of condoms. She was saying it was okay, and she was trying to encourage him to have sex with her without the condom. He walked away. If a 22-year-old who's supposed to have little self control can walk away from having sex with a woman because he does not have condoms, because he knows he don't want to have any kids, why can't a grown ass man do the same thing?
Well, they can do the same thing. These guys just want to make excuses. Okay, that's why my esteemed brother Cerulean always said that they're derelict in their masculinity. If you're going out with a woman, you already know. Trust me, A man knows if he's going to get sex from a woman or not. And even if you don't know, and there's a possibility, you always carry condoms. You don't leave condoms behind.
No.
Okay, these guys are irresponsible and they're derelict. Brilliant.
Indeed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It-
I see why you have topics like you feel sorry for the
no, you're fine. But just to answer, did you get cut off there, Frankie? I think she may have got cut off there. Hold on. Let me
Yes, you did.
see if her. Okay, I don't know why it says more next to her name. Never seen that before. Chaos.
Yeah.
Okay, chime in here, man. Don't just come up here and go to sleep on us, bro. Chime in here.
Yeah. Well, I'm listening right now. I'm nothing to say right now.
Yeah, so the verbal assassin, did you want the link? You don't know how to use the link, just click on it. Just click on the link. Hold on, let me put the link again here in the chat. Just click on the link, it's going to take you to Zoom. Yeah, just click on it and follow the instructions. It's going to take you right here. Okay, she fell off. I have to take a look at the chat. But yeah, so when you heard the stuff, she said, what do you think, I guess the part that she was all over the place, but the part that I latched on to was she was talking about the calling them gold diggers and stuff because they are consuming resources.
Mm-hmm.
And I told her the kind of people, hold on, okay, who is this? Okay, there she goes, she's back. Let me get her back in. And what's the name? The verbal assassin. Just click on the link and then follow the instructions. Yeah, Frankie, you back? You back, Frankie? You back?
yeah, I'm back. I don't know when I cut out.
Yeah, you cut out. Sure.
Sorry, I must have accidentally did it when I went to switch back to see what was going on in the chat.
What I was saying was that you're fine. For the topic to think about it is that those guys are derelict. They're doing nothing but make it. And the guy who told you that is extremely derelict because as men you have a privilege, okay? And you always bring condoms. I don't know any man that doesn't. Okay. And for him to say something like that, he probably was just saying that to troll or to keep some stirring going.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because you don't leave it up to no girl. You make sure you cover your own self. Okay. That's for your own protection. Forget about what she's doing.
Mm-hmm.
I can think of the verbal assassin. We bring her in.
Yeah.
Welcome to the show, Verbal Assassin. How you doing? Can you hear us? I guess her mic is muted right now. You're on, Verbal Assassin. You're on with us. Can you hear us? Okay, I guess she'll chime in once you figure it out. Hold on, let me make sure her mic is up.
Max, you was talking to me? Dane?
No, the Verbal Assassin is with us too. I don't see her. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna mute up then.
No, I see her. I see her now on video. I see you now on the video, Verbal Assassin, but I don't see your mic. Is your mic on? The video's on, but the mic's not on. Okay, can you hear me now, verbal assassin? Okay, not. Frankie, yeah, so Frankie, to answer your question, like I was saying, right? Yeah, the man is supposed to make sure he has the protection for himself. I mean, that's what you do. You don't go put your protection in the hands of someone else.
Yeah, but I wonder if, well, I wonder if anybody's teaching the next generation. But I remember talk my mom and my uncle had. My uncle, I have an uncle 6 years older than me, and she gave him a talk because my grandfather, the idea of the sex talk was to give him some condom and tell him don't come back with any kids. So my mom went to a more thorough talk about him always having condoms. Don't trust the girl. Yes, my mom went there. She don't trust the girl um, for your birth control unless you planning on having kids.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Okay, that's great.
but when he first but he was doing fine while he was in high school, while he was in college. Always had condoms. She made sure he had a supply, knew where to get the free one, and brought him some if necessary. But when he went and he started living with a girl, all that went out the window because the girl was on birth control. But he didn't pay attention to when she went to her gynecologist. That would be that if I had a child, that would be my next step to my son. Look, just because you're living with her, she's on birth control, does not mean you stop wearing condoms.
Right.
And pay attention when she goes to the gynecologist. In this girl's case, she had to stop using her birth control, and she didn't tell him that. He didn't ask. He didn't care anything about it. He just went on the assumption.
Okay,
And
thank you. We're getting way off topic.
all right. All
Way
right.
off. Yeah,
Okay.
you know,
Tell me what the topic is again so I can get back on point.
right. It's does pro blackness start with loving the crack? Does pro
Okay.
blackness start with loving the black woman?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me what you got on that.
Um, um, well, over the years, okay, always before, um, it was always considered, going to a white girl was considered that you couldn't get no black woman, so you had to go to the bottom of the barrel to a white girl.
Okay, but before we
And
have, let me ask you a question. Before we go there, right? Do you
uh-huh,
hear what Sarunia said that pro blackness, right, starts with
uh-huh.
economics?
Mm.
See, he doesn't agree that it starts with love of the black woman. He believes it starts with economics. You can't be pro black without economics. You agree with that?
Okay, what does he mean by economics? He means a certain level of pay, savings, money, paycheck,
Yeah.
what? Or
Mm,
the,
no,
Julian, is he
none of
there?
none of those things. Can you hear me?
yeah, I
Yeah,
can hear
yeah,
you.
This thing
yeah.
on?
Uh,
I
None
can
of
hear you.
those things equate to pro blackness. When I say economics, where are you spending your money? Who do you spend it with?
Oh, okay.
Because how are you to build anything without money?
Mm.
Community cost money. Communities cost. Communities require you to have your economics organized. You see that even extends to relationships. See, if we just say okay, pro blackness starts with the love of black woman, then I mean that leaves a huge gaping hole for anyone to be pro black. Gary Owens, for instance, could be pro black. He has a black woman.
Oh, so
uh,
Okay.
You know Gary Owens, that racist piece of shit comedian that's married to a black woman. Yeah, he's
automatically
black about that estimation.
Yeah, but he's automatically disqualified. He's like, I think somebody, verbal assassin.
Okay. Did Cerulean go out or did my earphones go out?
Wait a minute, let me see. I think her mic is okay. Okay, there go her mic. Her mic's on now.
Okay, we talking about me or the other woman?
The other woman, the verbal assassin, her mic is on now.
Okay, I'll go on mute so she can speak.
Yeah, verbal assassin, can you hear us? I think she might be new to trying to work the. Nah, Frankie, you're okay. You don't have to mute because somebody's mic on.
I'm a talker. Sometimes I do.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Okay.
I
Okay.
didn't know that. But no, it's okay.
I just got one question for Cerulean.
Uh-huh.
Where did he learn that economics is the first or one of the main things you need to have in order to be pro-black?
So, did you hear her?
So where did I learn that?
Yes.
Just name any one of the pro-black scholars in the last 30, 40 years.
Okay, how old are you? I don't mean to get personal, but how old are you again, Cerulean?
I'm 39.
Okay. So so over the last, well, let's say, I'm gonna be generous and say you started at 17. So the last 22 years you learned all this all at once or over the period of time?
Well, nobody learns anything all at once. It's a gradual progression.
Okay.
But
Okay.
there's a certain understanding in which my argument is so airtight that it's never been debunked. Not by
Okay, so you never learned this from your father, grandfather, uncles,
oh yeah,
brother.
my grandfather
Oh, your grandfather
and my father.
and your father. And how many of your friends know this without you telling them?
Well, some need more encouragement than others.
But
Because
Cerulean,
yeah.
isn't it ironic when we talk about money, because we live in capitalist world, did they know most of our major scholars die broke?
Wait a minute, hold on one second, guy. I don't mean to stop everything. Verbal assassin, can you hear us?
You didn't, wasn't that her just asking me that question?
No. That was Dame Frankie. Verbal assassin, I don't know if she's having a problem with her mic. She put her hand up. She raised
Tell her
her
to jump
hand.
off and jump back in. It might be her Zoom. She has to exit out.
I'm not sure what her issue is.
Max, you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Chaos.
She has to exit and come back in because I had the same thing when I came in. I couldn't hear nobody.
Okay. So verbal assassin. Try leaving and coming back. I'll put the link back in the chat if you can hear me. There go my man right there. Bottom to the top. What's up, my man? Glad you can make it. Bottom to the top. Come on up, man. The link is in the chat. I'm trying to work for help. My bad, guys. I'm
Hello?
trying to. There you go. That's you, verbal assassin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, that's me. Verbal assassin.
Yeah.
That's me. I had my earplugs in, and I guess maybe the speaker isn't working, but I heard everything y'all said. So what are we talking about? I just was able to chime in. I had class. Statistics is horrible, but I'm here. What's going on, Maximum?
Hey,
Cerulean?
the topic is does pro-blackness start with loving the black woman? Julian says it doesn't.
I hear a lot of feedback.
I think that's Frankie. Frankie, can you mute your background?
Because I can't. I can't really hear you. I hear a lot of feedback. What's going on? This is my first time on a panel, and I'm like, what's going on? Why am I doing this? Probably because it wasn't that many people in the chat. I'm a little shy, but
That's
I
okay.
got some fire though. So what's
Okay.
up? What's up?
What's going on? Glad you can come up. Now
How?
the topic is this, right? It's does pro-blackness start with loving the black woman? Now my esteemed brother Sarunian says no, it starts with economics. And that's
Is
what
he
him and
serious? I love
yeah.
you, so Cerulean. I agree with almost everything you say, but it doesn't start with loving.
No, you're
It
boying pretty
doesn't
bad. You're boying.
start with like what is
You're bottom to the top. Hold on.
what is
You're panting now. Somebody
can
boying it.
y'all hear that?
Press 1 to delete command 7 to save the 9. For more options, press 6 to delete.
Now,
Yeah, what is that? No, what happened? What is going on?
I don't know. It's probably me. I'm brand new. Just treat me like a baby, a newborn.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
that was probably me.
Wanda. Yeah, go ahead, Cerulean. You was responding to verbal assassin.
Well, I was waiting for her response.
So basically, what I heard Maximum say is that Cerulean says that it starts with economics and not the black woman. Okay.
Right.
And why is that? I need to understand why. Because I'm late. I'm late to the chat.
Okay,
You want to know why he says that, or you want to know why I say it's starts with? See, I say it starts with the black woman. Me and him are opposed on this issue. He says it starts with economics. I understand what he's saying, but I still say it starts with the black woman, even over economics.
okay. So how well versed is anyone on the panel in history? I need to know that, because I'm not going to give some kind of false presentation that invokes narcissistic response in women, though if they are narcissistic, that have this sense of endowment that they should have their asses kissed. I am not going to do that.
Where's all that coming from? Just go ahead and explain your position, brother. I'm with you. Just explain your position. It's not about narcissism or anything like that, which I'm well versed in also. But yeah, go ahead. Explain your position.
Are in history.
I mean, I'm not a historian. I'm always willing and ready to learn. So let's go.
Okay, so when you look at pro-black movements of history, recent and distant, right?
Mm-hmm.
What were they based on?
I'm sorry. What? Say that one more time.
When you look at any pro-black movement from history, our history in this country, whether recent or distant, what were they hinged on? What were those? What was the thing that sparked those pro-black movements?
Poverty.
And poverty is what?
Disenfranchisement.
Wait. Poverty, disenfranchisement, all of those things were what?
I don't know. Go ahead, Cerulean. You school me.
All of those things were economical.
Okay.
They had nothing to do with love. See, black folk understand that during Reconstruction, black folk had love, but didn't have any resources, wealth, opportunity. Their children inherited dust. When we get up to the pro-black era of the 50s and 60s, or what became civil rights, those were all economic things. What is the problem that we're having in the Black community now? Lack of what? Wealth, resources, opportunity. What do those things affect? Those things affect relationships. You can have all of the love you want for the Black woman. You do not have wealth, resources, and opportunity, right? Or if
Yeah.
you do not come with some kind of provision, there will be no love, because wealth, resource, and opportunity, those are the things that really ground family, ground the institution of family. It's the thing that communities are built on, because you're living in America. You do, if you don't have economics, you don't have community. Let's look at the community as it stands. Some of the communities that are still impoverished, what are they lacking? They have all the Black love they want, but they're living in impoverished conditions. Why? Because we spend the majority of our money where? Outside of the community. So if Black love begins with the Black woman, how is it that we have all of this love and we don't have the community that we once had? See, back before 1965, see, we like to always go back to the past to show how past performance is indicative of future and present performance, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why are Black families falling apart? Lack of economics. Oh, is the love gone? People turn on each other because of a lack of economics. See, this imagine everything that we call love. All of that shit is conditional. This is why we have women running around in this community right now talking about struggle love. Let's just be honest right here, right now. That black power and pro Blackness, it always has been began with economics. Unless somebody on this panel is telling me that they know better than Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, unless they're telling me they know better than Dr. Amos Wilson, unless they're telling me that they know better than Dr. Claude Anderson, unless they're telling me they know better than Neely Fuller Jr.
Well, let me ask you this here then.
I can't hear you. You're borging out.
I can hear him. I can hear him.
Okay.
I can hear him too.
For me, he's borging out. Maybe it's where I am.
Yeah.
Let me go somewhere where I get a better signal.
There's never been a community
where
entirely on love. There has never been a community entirely on love. Communities are held up by structural stability, and those things are rooted in economics.
Let me ask you this.
We keep
what happens
the
when
love
you,
thing.
I'm not coming at from a love standpoint, because as when you grow, when you mature, you get to a certain age, it's not about just love. Love doesn't pay the bills. Love does not build
And love
communities
don't build families or community. And love don't build families or communities. And therefore,
and community. Absolutely.
You see, so when we're talking about,
but a Black woman's womb
because the question
is all you're gonna have. That's gonna build. That's gonna create more Black people. So if you don't have that, then what?
Well, it can create all the Black people it want if they're still inheriting dust. That womb isn't doing us any good.
Well, here, okay, let me ask you.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, but wait a minute, let me ask both of y'all this then. What happens when you do have the economics in place and then there's no love? Then what? Because those are real situations too.
See, let's look at this from an economic standpoint, right? How much does it cost to raise a child?
Man, it depends on what state.
$250,000
For my daughter,
for
my daughter, it's about $5,000 $5,000 a month just for her a week, and she's in boarding school.
Actually, nothing if you own a farm.
Right.
$1,000,000.
And
right?
we don't own farms here.
At least 150 grand, right? For the time the child's 18.
The average cost, this is the national average cost of raising a child in America is $265,000 from the age of a newborn to the age of 18.
Because you talked about economics, what about bartering with it?
Yeah, but that depends on, like, if you're living in a metropolis, something like New York, or where the cost of living is very high.
That's the national average, Max.
It wouldn't cost that much down south, like in New Orleans.
Well, I live in Los Angeles.
Yeah, but the cost of living may be lower, but the wages is lower too.
Yeah, exactly. So you're still in the same predicament.
Well, the price of goods and services are also low.
The first thing when you're born, It's love.
Love doesn't pay the bills, unfortunately, Maximum. I wish it did, because then I could pay everyone's bills.
But the problem in the Black community is us not working together. That has nothing to do with economics. That has something to do with love. We hate each other.
I don't hate my Black people. I love all my Black people, my Black women
We're
and my
talking
Black
about
men.
as
I
a
love all
whole
of us.
collectively. As a
No,
whole
that's
collectively.
So collectively, we hate each other, or are we sick? Or are we sick?
hate.
Are we mentally ill?
we have to
We're both. We hate each other and sick.
Now, hold on. A lot of this stuff is getting conflated with the lack of wealth, resources, and opportunities. It got a goddamn thing to do with hate. Okay, hate
Listen,
is the after effect of being starved.
you're a very smart and intelligent man.
Look,
But if we did not hate each other, then we would be able to put
Okay, now Cerulean's
I don't.
boarding.
that I've absolutely broken over the industry. People like, I mean, look, unless you're telling me you know better than the greats who are of greater minds than me, like Neely Fuller Jr. I mean, look, it is all rooted in economics. Do you understand what structural?
it's about
Yeah, but nobody's teaching
nothing
this
to do with economics.
the economics to the next generation.
Well, wait. If you're getting into, if you're going to make this, see, this is the same pathway that I was trying to prevent Max from going down. Where it's like, okay, it's just based on love and hate. Now, see, one hate
Yes,
love are
it
not
is. It is.
the opposites.
Black men hate other black
Love
men.
here. Now,
That is what it is.
another thing.
Hate.
Talking about
We
the
hate
after
another
effects.
black
Hold on
man
a second, guys.
$1
Maybe you
more
gotta, hold on.
than the next man.
Who is that? Who's talking? Can you hear me?
Love, and hate ain't got a goddamn thing to do with any of that. All that shit is new age fucking Aquarian gospel bullshit.
Oh, we're not gossiping. If we go to a job interview and there's a white man and a black man standing together,
Stop. Turn your mic up a little. We can barely hear you, man.
can you talking to me?
Yeah, you can barely hear you. Turn your mic up.
Oh, can you hear me now?
There you go.
Religious shit.
Okay.
Love and hate.
All right, so it doesn't matter. Like whoever's hiring for that position, whatever race they are, they're gonna give it to the same race. So that's love. That ain't got shit to do with economics. Economics.
That's not actually love. That's
Economics comes
tribalism.
next.
That's tribalism. That's tribalism.
Hey, you
And
can
that
call
is
it
actually
whatever you
something
want
that
to.
we
It
as
sounds
Black
like love to
people,
me.
but it's not love. It's
They hate
tribalism.
you.
And
They hate you more than they hate their own kind.
That's not love.
it's tribalism.
You're
And I
coming-
think that we as Black
and
people
love.
need to
It has
practice
nothing to
it.
do with it. It has nothing to do with economics.
It has everything to do with economics.
It has everything
Economics
to do with
comes
economics
next.
and keeping their people
Economics
above
comes next.
yours.
The fact that we
No,
don't
they
love
don't
each
love
other.
each other. They don't love each other.
Okay.
That's an illusion.
Envy, jealousy, money. What do they all have in common?
Emotion.
It has nothing to do with economics.
Okay.
It's an emotional state that Black people are in because they are mentally focused on the wrong things. There is no economics if you don't love one another or love yourself and others.
It's actually a bunch of horse shit, because then you have to ask, why is it that the Chinese man, right? They enslave their own people, right? And these concentration compounds in which they make these consumer world, and they don't kill themselves. And in case they do kill themselves, the Chinese people, they love their easy labor. That's why they put nets over the side of the building. Then they got a goddamn thing to do with love. That's all economics.
Okay, who's the biggest enemy in America for Black people?
Poverty.
Hey, who's got the background noise?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with that.
Who
Why?
has
Poverty.
the background noise?
Why? I can give all you guys $1 million right now, and within maybe 5 years, you guys be broke again.
Negative.
Okay, name Frankie. Frankie.
Yeah.
Frankie, I'm gonna need you to mute your background. You got your background.
Wait, hold up, real quick, Matt. Because did you hear what he just said? Dude,
I
understand?
can't because James Frankie got a background playing.
Oh, okay.
You have
Okay.
Hi, Max.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, guess William.
Like if you just heard what he just said, right? See, we gotta examine the things that people say, because he said he said I could give you each of you $1 million and you'd all be broke within a year, right?
That
No, that's not true.
wouldn't be me.
That's
No, that's not true. That's
well,
not
that lets me know that one, you're making an assumption based on your low opinion, not only of black people, but of your
Black people.
See, so that's not love. See, so if the number one problem is that we hate ourselves, then the problem, and like I said in the beginning, the problem fixing it begins with you, the black man.
That's right.
See,
Look,
what you told me was that not only do you hate yourself, that you hate black folk.
Yeah,
No,
you have a low opinion of black
say
people
that.
if you think that you could give $1 million to each one of us right now and we'd be broke. What did you say tomorrow? Knock it off. Knock it off.
If you allow me to,
I'm gonna give him a pass on that. He's bought into a stereotype. Okay.
can you allow me to explain myself?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. So here's the thing. We are at the bottom, and quite frankly, man, it's very disgusting because it's not about hating myself. It's about as a whole, as a collective group, we've been here the longest. I hate the position we are in. And I know it has to do with a lot with hate. And you can say I can hate myself, but that's the first thing that needs to be conquered would be hate and love. Then you can get to economics, because if I spend $1 with my brother and he spends $1 with me, we keep that. That's economics. That keeps the money within our community. That keeps the money within our circle. That's economics right there. When you spend outside your community, you're losing monies and you're losing valuable dollars. And so if we have the same concept that here, I give you $1 million, you're still going to go out and spend it for what? Nike or anything that goes out of the community. See, we can rotate $1 billion amongst ourselves and everyone can win. But we don't do that because we're so worried about this jealousy and envy of this next person. So there's a lot more to go to this, not just what I'm saying or how I fall into certain categories.
I know what you said, adds up to a hill of fucking beans.
Yeah, I didn't understand that. I didn't really get that.
And the reason I am saying that is because you are talking about systemically, structurally, institutionally, created, manufactured circumstances that were inherited generationally. You're not going to fucking fix that with some modern new age prosperity gospel bullshit that you picked up over there at Boyce Watkins channel. I told you, if we just spend our money with each other, this is an institutional thing. You see, out of the
I'm not listening to Boyce Watkins.
Of the upper strata. You see, do you ever find it interesting? You ever find it interesting? White folk been telling the Negro stop looking for a handout while he's living off of a fucking handout. You ever find that interesting? It robs the Negro of his Americanness. See,
my philosophy is that I can see a Mexican come over here without any English, without writing the language, without knowing how to go right turns or left turns and navigate through this structural infrastructure that was created for them.
That's an illusion.
Able to succeed.
That's an illusion. He's guided through this infrastructure. He's not navigating anything.
So can I ask a question to you, brothers, not to cut you off or be disrespectful or anything, but I heard Cerulean's point about it being economics, correct? Being our main, and Maximum, you say the Black woman. So I heard Cerulean's point, and what is your point what is your side of it as far as the Black woman being the, what, I can't remember exactly what you said. So can we figure that out? Mm-hmm. Maximum.
Yeah. I believe that the pro-Blackness starts with the Black woman. It can start with you as a Black man, right? But it can't come into fruition unless you have someone to bring it into reality with. In order to bring that into reality and make it stand for what it means, you have to have a Black woman, because she's the one that's actually going to bring in other Black people, such as children, to carry on your legacy and your bloodline as a Black man. okay? And then your pro-blackness, right, is your loyalty to your race, right, which is the black woman, because she is what? She is the one that gives birth to your race. So
Right.
you're loyal to your race. This is what pro-blackness is all about. And you're going to be pro-black whether you have a dime in your pocket or not. Being broke doesn't change the fact that I'm loyal to my race.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't change the fact that I'm loyal to my people or my children. Okay, what it does, it puts me in a bad bind that I got to work my way out of. But it does not change my loyalty one bit.
Right.
You see,
Pro-black, even if I'm broke, penniless, with holes in my pocket, I'm still pro-black. I'm still loyal to my race. That's why I say it starts with the black woman.
and I say negative. I say that it begins with the black man. See, here's the
Well,
question.
yeah, you're right about that. But you can't bring that into fruition without the black woman, though. You see, without her, it just remains a thought in your head.
See, here's the problem, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you say loyalty to the race,
Yes.
that should encompass something greater than just laying horizontal or having some kind of deep feeling or proclivity towards the opposite sex of your group. Loyalty is not contingent on that. We're talking about loyalty is
Well,
what
I
you.
didn't say loyalty. No, see, I'm not saying that loyalty depends on sex.
See, because the way I look at it, you say that pro-blackness begins with the love of the black woman. You have that love for the black woman. If you guys have a child from that union, and that child inherit, if that child inherits dust, you did not love that black woman.
If that child inherits dust, then I did not love that black child. It is my responsibility to make sure that woman and that child are provided for.
So I think you're both right. I think it goes together. I think it goes together.
I can buy that for $1.
I think that you cannot have one without the other. Now, am I wrong about that? You can't have one without the other, because we have black men who have the economics, they have the money, they have the riches, they have the financial stability, all of that. And what do we see as black women? What do we see them do?
You can have
We
love
see them
without
run off to the non-black women and share their economics with them. So I think that you have to have both. You have to have the economics and the mentality for that, the drive for that, but you have to, as a black man, be able to channel that towards the black woman and the black child. So you have to have both.
I think that you can have, matter of fact, I know for a fact, I've seen several living examples of it, that you can have love without economics. But I don't know if you can have, I don't know if you can have, I don't know if it's the, I don't know if you can
Have you had love without economics, Maximum?
Yes.
Have you had love without economics?
Absolutely.
What did that look like? What did that
I've
look
had love
like?
without economics before. Yes, I was broke. I was on the street, and and I had my woman, and we stayed together, and we wrote it out, and we built.
Are you
together.
still with that same woman now?
Yes.
You are. Okay, well, that's great. That's wonderful. But as a hypergamous woman, and when you understand your nature as a woman and being hypergamous, you understand that love without economics doesn't really work. It doesn't really work for a hypergamous woman who understands her nature.
It doesn't work for any woman. That's why that's why most of the damn relationships are failing.
The focus should be on the black man. That's what I believe. I believe the focus should be on the black man.
Who's saying this?
Black
Who's
man.
saying this?
It's only see how you get the economics is from an organized body of black men. In fact, it's only ever been organized groups of men that have ever established anything. When you talk about, okay, if it starts with the black woman, okay, what is that black woman going to inherit? What is that legacy going to inherit? Is it going to inherit dust, or is it going to be inheriting the things that organized bodies of men created?
As long as black men work together, the women will fall in line.
Most Black women were not raised with
He
hypergamy,
agrees on something.
but we have to understand that that is our
Yeah.
nature at this point now. We are hypergamous, we are women, and that is our nature, period. That's biological. We are wired to seek the man who can provide for us and our children.
Once
That's
again,
how it is.
if the Black men unite and come together, the women will fall in line.
And that's all we need is a critical mass of them. That's it. A critical mass.
A
And
critical
once again,
mass
that goes back to the
of
love. We have to love
economically
each other. We have to
stable
love each other.
men who's not running from the Black community.
Right, Dame.
Who's not making the Black woman the scapegoat for his fucking failure and inadequacy.
Verbal
That too.
I disagree with verbal assassin that women are hypergamous now. I don't know if that rings true for all women.
That women are hypergamous now?
What is considered
Now?
poor?
Women have always been hypergamous. What is going on and what y'all are not understanding, and not necessarily on the panel, is that it is it is within our nature. It is biological for us to seek out the best provider.
When you say hypergamous, are you pertaining to class?
What is considered poor?
I understand you're going to marry a suitable mate, but are you talking about class of that mate, the class of that mate, whether that person has a higher status than another person or another man or whatever? Like, for example, if you got two men and both of them are willing, are you just going to go with the one who has more money?
It is about the man who can and will and is willing to do whatever he can to provide for his wife and his children.
You have two who are capable of doing that. Which one are you going to choose? The one who has the highest, like, for example, a construction worker who makes $110,000 a year can do a lot of providing, but so can a lawyer who makes $250,000, right? Or maybe more than that, maybe he makes like $1 million a year, right? Are you going to go with him? Is your hypergamous nature going to choose the lawyer because he makes $1 million?
No.
Or is it really just about being provided for?
It's not just about money. It's about providing. It's not just about how much you make. It's about how much you provide, how what your mindset is as far as providing.
This is Maximus.
You can get 20 brothers that make $50,000 a year.
Okay.
Bring them together. That's $1 million.
Let me say something.
Okay, it's gonna be different because I know a woman who chose a farmer because he had his own land, and she feel that he can always provide food for her and her children.
It's right.
I know another woman who chose a mechanic because he always have a job. Somebody's always gonna need a vehicle to be repaired. If not anybody else, her vehicle will be repaired. And I know another one that chose a man that was he did a lot of handiwork. He eventually had his own property and was renting out. All these different women chose it. It's just that they provide.
Women choose.
How much money he made.
Right. It's individual. It's a woman's individual choice of what providing looks like for her.
Nobody's choices. I'm not trying to take away nobody's choices. I'm saying you said hypergamy.
Yeah.
Right? Isn't that the art of marrying someone of a superior class or something like that?
Yes, hypergamy is dating up, but hypergamy is also dating at your own level too, and not dating dusties or marrying dusties who you as a woman have to provide for. Hypergamy is dating at least at your own level.
What dictionary is that definition? I don't know that.
I'm just telling you what it is for a woman. We don't have to always go to the dictionary. I'm telling you real life of what it is as a woman.
Then we can't talk about things that are in reality. Then we got to talk about hypothetical situations.
You gotta pick a short bitch.
I'm talking about what's reality.
No, you can't. If you're telling me that the meaning that you're talking about doesn't really exist, Then we
No,
gotta
no,
talk
no.
about
I
hypothetical.
didn't say it was didn't exist. You said hypergamy. What is hypergamy? Literally, hypergamy is
Yeah, go ahead.
hypergamy is dating up. Hypergamy is marrying up. Hypergamy is
Dating
a
up,
woman,
I
a
just
woman
said yes.
You have to marry
marrying.
family,
What?
rich family.
Right, you know, someone of superior class, someone with upper class, upper mobile, upper this, upper that, upper
Married to wealth.
Well,
right.
Bell 4148, what do you think hypergamy is?
Who?
In the chat, Bell 4148 says, LOL, that's not what hypergamy is. And I don't know what she
what is
is
it?
talking about. What is hypergamy?
You know, Max, the interesting thing about all this conversation is like they talk about this hypergamy, and you throw out. So which one is it? You pick the man that makes this amount or this amount here. And I hear whistles and here talks like no, you gotta pick a struggle at the end of the day. Either you're gonna pick the guy that's a better guy or not.
Why do we have to stick? Why do we have to stick with your choices?
We ain't got to struggle. We don't have to struggle though.
When we talk about
This
how
is about pro-blackness,
so
right? Is this about individuality or is this about a group?
Pick that lawyer. You know what I'm saying?
Marrying up. You're absolutely right, Bell 4148. But for some people,
this is not about pro-blackness. This is about individuality.
Or not. The choice is yours.
Who's yelling? Who's yelling?
I think that's chaos rant.
Chaos. You don't have to yell, dear.
He's not yelling.
It's okay.
He's always like that. He's not yelling. That's
Oh, yeah. I've seen him before, but he just seems a little loud right now on my phone.
Yeah, he's allowed always. He's always like.
There are plenty of black people in high places. Individually, we
and you know what sad thing about all this?
Collectively,
you have pregnancy.
We do a terrible job.
That means, brother, Kimmy.
Okay, can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? Because it seems that whenever I listen to, look at, read anything that involves black men and black women and hypergamy, there's a pushback and there's a problem. Is there a problem with black women specifically being hypergamous? Because there doesn't seem to be a problem.
No, this is your
agenda. Women being hypergamous.
That's your agenda.
It's just another way for them to say we gold diggers, hoes, sluts, tramps.
And then
no, that's exactly what you're saying. When you
don't have no gold to dig,
a certain pay or a certain amount. Just got through telling you it's the man that can provide in every way she sees provision is. If it means having food and your own land, that's hers. If it means a job, mechanical, whatever, that's gonna constantly be used, no matter what.
That satisfies her. That's hypergamy.
But no, you want a specific dollar amount.
Any man out here,
not a specific dollar amount. Exactly.
Any man out here can feed y'all. Okay, any man out here can feed y'all.
And then he wants us to speak it for every woman.
That's up to you.
Right, Dave.
Group us all together.
You're right, Dave. Right.
Now, the reason I asked her that question, right, is because she said.
Okay, well, I'm answering the question. We're not grouping us together. It's an individual that is an individual vision of the woman sees as provision.
Right.
I'm not putting all women together. Okay, I asked her that question, her specifically. I asked her what her choice would be. I didn't ask all women what their choice would be because I don't believe that all women are hypergamous. That's my whole reason for challenging that and asking her that question.
Is this Maximum speaking?
Yes.
Okay, because remember, I'm new to this, so bear with me.
Right,
okay,
right.
Here's the thing. You're saying you don't think all women are hypergamous. No, and I understand why you think that. I understand why you think that.
They call them gold diggers. I don't know why they say that, but that's what they do.
I know why I understand why you think that all women are not hypergamous, but the truth is that all women actually are. It's just that all women have not come into or understood their biological nature, their nature. Women's nature is hypergamy. That is how we are wired. Just like men are wired for sex, we're wired for provision. That is a fact. It's
Now you just
biological.
gonna throw out men
Just
as
because women, just because
one of
there
them.
are women who want to be dust bunnies to dusties because they're desperate.
No,
and
they're
they're
Swiffers. They're
can't get
Swiffers.
any Swiffer sweepers, absolutely.
You,
That doesn't mean they're not
Oh, my
hypergamous by
goodness.
nature. It means that they have suppressed
Damn.
their hypergamous
You
nature
must be
because
really
they do
young,
not
huh? How old are
believe.
you?
They
You don't
do
think
not
that
believe. No. I'm old enough to please and young enough to tease,
you don't
sweetie.
think you
no,
sound,
no. How old are you?
hold
You
on
ain't got
now.
to. Oh
Hey,
no, we
wait
don't
a minute.
answer those questions. A
Hey, I'm
grown
going to
woman
meet
doesn't
everybody in the
answer
middle.
those
Because you're
questions,
talking very
dear.
young. You
Okay,
talking
I'm
very
good.
young. I mean,
I'm very young. I'm talking very mature.
Yeah,
And
he's right.
most
You're
grown
talking
women
pretty
will
young. You're right
understand.
about that. Yeah, man.
Okay, whatever you have to say, it doesn't matter to me. I
You know
know
what
who
I'm
I
saying?
am.
Okay, I done muted everybody with the exception of me and Cerulean. Listen, I don't mind you guys having a discussion, okay? But you can't just keep talking over each other, okay? Now, if you're gonna ask her a question, let her respond to your question, all right? Don't just talk over her, and please, verbal assassin, don't just keep talking through people, okay? Y'all let each other talk, all right? Okay, I'm gonna take everybody off mute now. Okay, guys, everybody off mute.
Okay, I'm gonna just be quiet then.
So like I was saying, to answer, hey, bottom to the top, your mic is still, it don't went low again.
or no, I don't know. Okay, let me try to figure out
Yeah,
what's
so
wrong.
turn it back up. Say something now, bottom to the top.
Looks like I probably have to scream at this mic or something.
Mhm.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. So what I was saying, was that,
No.
no, I don't believe all women are hypergamous. You're saying that women have to come into the understanding that they're hypergamous. I don't know, I'm not a woman. I will have to ask other women that, but I don't know, even the women I've come in contact with aren't hypergamous. Because a woman wants the best for herself or the best for her children doesn't mean that she's hypergamous. I mean, that's just a natural.
That's exactly hypergamy, though. That's literally
Well,
what it is.
hypergamy is like really judgmental, and it's like, you know, you're picking someone over someone else that can provide the same thing.
Okay.
So the question is, do you want to have
Like
money
a
or
form
do
of-
you want family structure?
Hold on, again, I just asked y'all not to talk through people, man.
I was
This is
just
what I'm
asking you a
saying
question.
now. I'm almost done. What I'm saying is, to me, it's like a form of discrimination. Okay, I yield the mic. I just wanted to get that last comment in there. Go ahead, y'all.
What do women at a whole, what do they really want? And I think that's one of the questions that should be answered without just your own views. So I said, as a whole, do you want the money or do you want someone that's stable and that's solid?
Who are you addressing the question to?
I'm addressing it to the lady.
Okay, she's called the verbal assassin.
Are you talking about, are you asking the verbal or are you asking Dane? Because I was told by the men not to speak. So
No,
I'm going to
That's
let
you. That's
don't
you,
say
because
that.
you're the one that's
Who
saying
told
that,
you that?
you know, you want the money first. So
Wait,
I didn't
hold
say
on.
marry
that. I
up.
never said that though. I never said
Wait a minute. Who told you not to speak?
let's play it back. When did I say I want the money first, Knuckles? When did I say that?
I want to know who told you not to speak.
I didn't say that.
Who told you not to speak?
Y'all making my
so instead of deflecting, what did you say?
Hey, bottom to the top. You hold on for 1 second,
Yeah.
please. I need her to answer this question. Who told you not to speak?
Well, is this Maximum?
Yeah.
Hi, Maximum.
Yeah, how you doing? But who told you? I
Okay.
don't. What male up here told you not to speak?
Yeah, I mean, you said I was running all through the panel acting a fool.
No, I didn't say that. What I
And I
said
didn't
was you
think
were
that I
talking through.
was.
That's what I
I
love
was
about
just very
submission.
passionate
That's
about
true
what I was
submission
Meet
right there.
saying.
everybody again. Okay, she's talking to me. Okay, no, that's not what I said. What I said was you were making it difficult for people to communicate with you because you wouldn't stop talking. You were talking through them while they were trying to answer you or address you.
Okay.
No one said you could. We don't shun women here. We don't do that.
I know. That's
Okay.
why I'm on this panel. But I apologize.
No problem.
I'm passionate about what I feel. I'm passionate about women, Black women specifically, and I am passionate about Black men specifically because I know what we are capable of. I see it, and it's frustrating to not see that being, brought into fruition. And also the fact that it's hard being a Black woman. I mean, you Black men talk about how hard it is to be Black men, and I get it. I understand that. I get that completely, but it's hard for us too, because we're trying to love you and we're trying to hold you down and we're trying to support you, but we don't get credit for that. And at the same time, we are women just like any other woman, and we want the same thing every other woman wants. We want the same thing every non-Black woman wants, but it's okay for a non-Black woman to want a man who can fully provide for her and her children. But then when we start talking about hypergamy, there's all this pushback, there's all these questions, and there's a problem, and we're called gold diggers. That's not we are women, just like every other woman, and we want the same thing. We want to be taken care of, we want to be provided for, we want to be adored, loved, and protected, and we will do our part. But can you do yours, and can you stop asking us to come out of our nature? That's all I'm saying.
But it wouldn't respond to that. You got some valid points you just made.
Listen, I hear you about you're saying that
Hello, anybody else on the panel? Like,
Oh,
I don't know.
sure.
Sounds
She
like people
said.
dropped
She
off.
said. It sounded like she said it all. I didn't need to add anything to it or put anything on it. The
So you
question is,
believe?
did she answer your question to you?
Go ahead,
you
keep
didn't want to
going.
respond to what she said?
So what do you believe is the woman's natural state? I thought it was being caring and loving.
You think that's all it is for a woman?
I think if you go back to that, I think we would change a lot of things in the community.
Okay.
Who said we ever stopped?
Right.
It just, you don't recognize it. You don't see it. Or you see it as angry or mad, and you don't see the stress behind it.
We're frustrated.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Black women are supposed to be happy with a lack of resources and unstable nest. Look, she's just supposed to be happy with whatever you can.
Right. We're supposed to be happy because we got some pain in the house. We got some partners in the house. So we should just be happy. That's
No,
not how
I
it
think
works.
I think you should be messing with solid dudes. That's what it is. I think you
Okay.
should mess
Okay.
with solid
But where are
people.
they?
And
They're
can you?
everywhere. You're just not investing your time and energy in them.
No, I think we're
You
investing our
think?
time and energy in them. They just turned from being solid dudes to being wet paper.
See, the fact that you're
Right.
laughing.
At some point,
Flimsy
let me
plaster.
talk real quick. Let me
they
talk
made
real quick.
themselves seem solid,
All right, I'll
and
give you the
then
respect to
they
talk. But
didn't.
go ahead, keep talking.
Yeah.
The fact that you guys are laughing right now shows me a lot because you guys don't hang around with solid dudes. Because all the people that I know, the women don't act like that. The fact that you would
Oh,
laugh about
okay.
something that I'm saying just shows you that
It's
the
not
quality of
that.
people that you're messing around with are not quality individuals. Now that shit ain't got nothing
It's
to do
not
with me.
that.
Well, wait, hold on, my dude. What is this? What does this quality individual have?
It all depends on what that person's looking for, and it just doesn't sound like that's
Oh,
something
so
that
it's subjective, right? So
yeah, I would say each individual is subjective, but the fact that when I
so
hear
who are these?
someone laughing, that's two women that are laughing about
You said
something that I
quality dudes.
generally
What do all of these
am
quality
convinced
dudes?
about.
Look. What do all these quality dudes?
Number one, lead,
Quality dudes that you hang around with.
lead,
What do all these quality dudes have?
provide, and protect. That's what they have.
Let me ask you guys a
Lead,
question.
provide, and protect.
Let me ask you guys a question. You guys say that love don't have anything to do with anything, right? But let me ask you this. You talk about provisions. Doesn't love provide? Who
It
provides
doesn't.
without who
Hey, I
provides?
can't take your
Who
love to
provides?
my banker. I can't take your love to my more. It has
You
to be more
misunderstood my
than
question.
just
I said
love.
doesn't
Love
love
does not pay the bills.
said doesn't love
I
support
need the bills paid. Women want security.
but you don't think it's
And
love
see,
providing?
there's my point. Solid
If a
dudes
man doesn't
lead,
love you, why would
provide,
he
and
provide for
protect.
you?
Oh, wait. And this is coming from the guy who's pushing back on me when I said it starts at economics. Wow.
No, I just disagree with you on the one part.
If the guy
Just
doesn't
let
love
me
you,
answer
right,
this
why
question
would
real
he
quick.
provide for you?
I just disagree with you on one thing. The fact that you put economics first. I said love comes first. Because once that child is born, that child needs love. The child doesn't care about how much money you got in the bank account.
Okay, but listen, but
That's all.
doesn't
That's
the
just that
love
little
lead
portion.
to
That's it.
doesn't the love lead to the economics? Because who is going to provide for someone that they don't love?
Can you repeat that or you broke up?
I said, doesn't the love lead to the economics? Because if you
No,
love the woman, then what you're going to do? You're going to provide for her, right? Are you going to provide for her before you love her?
No.
I mean, why do we even listen?
Why would he care?
When you take a woman out, right? Why are you taking her out? You're taking her out because what? You like her, right?
no.
Mhm.
You're taking her out because you want to
I'm
get some
asking him a question.
vagina.
I'm asking him a
Let's
question.
let's keep
I'm
it
asking
100.
him
Okay,
a
I'm
question.
sorry. I
Yeah,
apologize.
that
I
too, but you
apologize.
also want to see if she's the one for you.
Right. Hold on, man. So you're taking a woman out because you like her, right? And at that particular point, you're providing for her, right? You're taking her out because there's something about her that you like. Like is a lesser form of love. So if you like her, you take her out and you treat her to what? Either lunch, dinner, or breakfast in some cases, right? You take her to show her a good time because what? You like her. There's something about her you like. Are you doing those things because you don't like her?
Asking me that question?
Yeah.
No,
No.
I
Are
wouldn't
you
do those things.
providing for her? Because now let's step it up to love, right? Are you providing for her because you don't love her?
I would assume no.
Niggas provide for hoes all the time, Max, that they don't love.
And now we're not talking about tricks.
Right.
No.
They provide for hoes for one night
But
to get it.
See,
but the whole problem that they're having is like love is not going to pay my bills. Like, what kind of bills do you have?
but
Oh,
love
the same ones you have.
Exactly. So
The same ones you
why
have. So
why
if
are
we're
you
getting
worried
this
about
together,
that?
so if we're
Why are
getting
you worried
because if
about
we're
that
getting
shit?
if I'm paying my own bills by myself and then we're getting together and you don't have nothing on it, what do I need you for? A dick? I have a vibrator. I can do that. Like that's not
Yeah,
what
you
are
gonna
you
tear your
you're a
wall
you're a
suit in
whole
that too.
entire man. But you're a whole entire man though. You're a whole
Because
entire man.
when you surround yourself around a man, you feel like you lacking something, and that's what you need.
Huh?
Okay.
Okay,
It's
let's
all
get
good.
back to the
Don't
trivia,
worry
right?
about
The first thing the child needs whenever it comes out of the womb is love.
I saw
I
that.
disagree with that too. The first thing the child needs is uh, a leaking breast and a dry diaper. And so because there will be no leaking breast if the mother isn't nourished, and that nourishment depends on. It gets kind of clouded.
Economics.
Whatever. See, there we go.
it. All right. So when a child is born, the man is doing what? And what's the woman doing?
Sitting around watching.
Okay, now,
They're
okay, now,
doing nothing but being
now,
lazy.
okay, now,
God
You
damn.
see how everybody
And
responds
taking
to it?
pictures
God
and
damn.
showing
Somebody
everybody
doing
this my
lazy.
this
I'm
my
I'm
son.
very
now,
pragmatic,
get that,
Max, but
My
I'm
You see
hearing
the
right
shots
now.
at
sword.
the men?
I feel
what
sorry for the youth,
provided,
man.
hey,
You see
what
the shots at
provided
the
the
men?
money to get that camera?
I feel sorry for the youth, man. The mother's gonna be
Probably
very
the
much I do
woman.
nothing.
Hey, what
But be
provided?
like Peg Bundy, eating pom poms.
When you're a quality woman and quality dude, the man knows right away what he needs to do. The woman knows right away what she needs to do. But I guess she gotta, that guy's not gonna pay her bills, so she's gonna be breastfeeding and working at the same time, right?
Most women do it, especially black women. So let's not act like that doesn't happen. I mean, that is kind of our reality, right?
And they're doing whether the man provides or not. Now it's two income household, not one.
Exactly. Right. We could, that's, as you men, most of you say, that's kind of a fantasy for us to think that we can be stay-at-home mothers for any real length of time because you can't do it by yourself, right? We got to get out there and help you provide, and then come home and be submissive and take
Uh,
care of the children and be ready to
hold
sex
Mac,
on demand and everything else,
Mac,
right?
That's
Mac,
a
you're
low
still,
key
you're
diss,
still,
Purple
you're still
Assassin.
wrong on that point too, Max. Love did not provide the money to get the camera.
It did. Because if you wanted to buy the camera, you need
iPhone.
love.
See,
Wait a minute. You need love to go in your pocket.
biggest desire to have the latest iPhone. Okay. See, again, this is why I said started at economics. Like, because the nigga wouldn't have had the damn camera to begin with if he didn't have the economics to get the motherfucker.
Oh, no. I'm not talking about his camera. I'm talking about the one he bought for the woman, for her to take pictures. That one you need a love for. Yeah,
I
love,
don't know, Maximum. You're my dude and
Okay.
everything.
love
It's
gave him
Ceruleans too, but I'm kind of,
now check this out. Now y'all sit up here.
leaning towards
Now,
Ceruleans
now y'all can
side
sit
at
here
this
and
point.
say economics all you want, right? But if a man don't love you, there will be no economics, especially not from his pockets.
Okay.
So it's back to her answer. It got to be both.
Right. You gotta have both
Hmm.
for it to really be a homogenous a relationship or a love commitment that's going to be something that is
I'll tell you
It's gonna
this.
come back to the same thing.
I'll tell you this. I don't know no amount of love.
Because if you don't love you, he's not gonna provide nothing for you.
Look, I'm gonna tell you this.
okay.
I don't know no amount of love where
I'm serious. We can sit up here and
sitting
call it
up
all
in your
kinds of things. We
face.
can call it homogenization. We can call it puppy dog tails. We can call it whatever we want. But if he doesn't love you, you're not getting his jack.
And sometimes he can love you when he just doesn't have the ambition to get that check because he's a dusty.
Well, I don't know anything about that.
That's
I'm talking
happened
about
plenty times. But I'm saying you don't because you're a woman. You're not a woman. I'm sorry. You're not a woman. I can't really tell you how it is to
you
be a
gotta
man and what it's like
understand
out here, but
that
I can definitely tell you how it is to be a woman and what it's like out here. And I have been deeply loved and I have been taken care of and provided for. My husband died a week after he turned 30 years old. He was the most amazing man. He loved our family. He loved our children, and he worked 2 jobs. I worked too. I love to work. I'm not a woman who doesn't want to work because I have this autonomy and this independence about me where I like to have my own money because I just don't want to ever be in a position where where I feel like, I have to completely depend on someone. But as a feminine woman, I like a masculine man, and a masculine man is an alpha man who understands his role and can play his position. And my husband did that. Unfortunately, we were young, and he passed away suddenly from a heart attack a week after he turned 30 years old. And it's been what, 12 going on 12 years. It's 12 years. It'll be 13 years next year. And I don't know what's going on because I haven't seen another one like him. He wasn't perfect, but he loved me. And I never, when our daughter was born, I didn't have to pay, I didn't have to buy a thing for her. Nothing. He took care of everything. All things she needed, all diapers, all milk after I stopped breastfeeding, daycare. He didn't even come to me with that. you know um so I know what that's like. I know what that feels like. So I'm not talking about something I don't know. And since then, of course, I've dated, and I was had a relationship with someone, and it was, on and off. 8 years I actually spent with him on and off, and he's still one of my very good friends to this day. However, he does not fully understand his role as a man, and I am a hypergamous woman. So being with him, I don't see the provision that I need to to marry him. He gave me a ring, all of that. But I know that I am not, that's just, I cannot marry him and feel like I'm going to be in that masculine role because I love him. He's a great person, a good person. We have a great friendship, but he is a dusty, content in his poverty, and I can't do that. So that's what it is. That's where I'm at with this. So when I'm talking about hypergamy, and I've lived it, I've tried the other route, and it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. And this is why you see black men talk about black women being overweight and being mad and being bitter and all that stuff. 9 times out of 10, that's because she's been with a dusty, and she's continued to be with the dusty, and she has tried to um, make him into what she wanted him to be. And that it just doesn't work because it goes against our nature. So when Maximum says, mm, he doesn't think all women are hypergamous, that's why I say I understand why you think that, because so many women are not validating that about themselves. They don't realize that because they're settling for less. They're denying their nature. That's why you think that. But the truth is, biologically, we are. And that's why when a man is not providing, a woman who has to provide with you, and 50-50, she's going to want 50-50 of the authority and the say so too. That's just how women are, good or bad. That's how we are. We all know the saying, you have to pay the cost to be the boss. That is a true saying. We laugh about it, but it's real.
Now,
It's
let me ask
That's
you a
real
question.
life.
Let me ask you a question. How long have you known me?
Me,
Mm-hmm.
the verbal,
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't counted. I don't know.
How long have
What
you
do you
known
mean?
Maximum Black? Have we ever met in person? Like you ever really been?
Absolutely. No, we have not met in person. No,
I'm
we have
trying to
not.
find out how do you know? Because you just said that's why I think.
Well, why do you think that then? I apologize. I'm assuming. I'm saying that based on why I think you would think that because of what I see women do that disappoints me. But why do you think that women are not?
I think that based off of many different experiences that I've had with many different women over the course of my lifetime.
I'm sorry. Say that one more time. Forgive
I
me.
base that off of the experience that I've had with many different women that I've come in contact with over the course of my
That
lifetime.
they are not that they are not hypergamous.
Not all are hypergamous, no.
Okay. But I'm telling you as a woman why it looks like that to you. That's what I'm telling you as a
So,
woman why it looks like that to
so
you.
are you saying that women who aren't hypergamous, they're doing that because they're settling for less? You think that women,
Ye-
you think that those women will agree with you on that?
yes, I do.
Okay,
I
I'm
think
gonna hold
that
you to
I
it.
don't think that they would agree with it outright because people want to live in their delusion and people want to women want to
Okay,
they
so
make
they
certain
can't.
choices and
All
they
right, so
want.
okay, so what you're saying is they can't disagree with you without being delusional.
I'm not saying that at all, but for me, I can only go by what I know, what I see, what I've lived, and the experience I have at the age that I am. And the women that I talk to, many women, not just Black women. I talk to women of all races. And just like, I think that we all have individual personalities, yes, but I truly believe in gender roles and I truly believe in the biology of men and the biology of women and how we are wired. I
You know,
think
let me
it's
ask
biological.
you in the chat that they agree with you. You know what? That should be. You know what? That's a good title for a show. Might do a whole show on that.
On what?
On hypergamy, women in hypergamy, and you're saying that the ones who aren't hypergamy, right, are only that way because they're settling for less, right?
That's exactly what I feel. Yes, that's
Okay,
exactly what I
yeah. We're
believe.
gonna have a show on that to see how many women we can get to agree with you if they're hypergamous or not. Okay, yeah, I think that'd be a good show.
Yeah, it's
I
going to
mean,
be a good
that would
show
probably
because it
be
doesn't make any
great.
sense.
It doesn't make any sense. Okay.
I'm about to drop off Max.
Hey man,
Let's see.
what you
Ah,
say?
Because
Yeah.
you're always chasing this fictional person. Oh,
what's
whoa! This person has a bigger house, so I should leave this guy because supposedly he's some type of dusty. I go
are you
with
in
this.
your feelings? Are you in your feelings?
No, I'm just trying to comprehend the logic you giving viewers and other
You're
people in
trying to
the chat.
comprehend the
Yeah, I'm
fact that
trying to
I'm saying
comprehend.
that women want to be provided for and protected
Uh,
and taken care of. That's
you
hard for you
you
to
can't you you
understand.
can't throw the same sayings that I've been telling everybody else
Not what you said
on this
now.
chat line, and then try to make me disagree with my own sayings. Come on,
I'm not. I'm asking you a question, sir.
That's
I
not
just
what you
I'm
told
said
you.
though.
asking you a
I just
question
asked you.
because you sound upset that women want to be provided for. And honestly,
No,
here's
I
the
didn't
thing.
say
I
that.
see here in the chat, I don't care who does or does.
Verbal assassin. That's not what you said. What you said was, right, that women, right, the ones who aren't hypergamous, they're that way because they're settling for less. Never said anything about women wanting to be provided for or anything like that. So I'm not sure where that's coming from, but you didn't say that. If you want me to, I can play the tape back and you can hear yourself not say that.
That's no anything I say. Um, as far as settling for less, you're saying that I said to me that's the same thing. So I don't think I'm saying
It's
anything
it's
different.
it's like a
You don't.
person that.
So do you think that women
Okay, go
don't
ahead.
want to be provided for? Women
No,
don't want to be
it's not
provided for.
that. It's what do you call it? When you're a perfectionist, that's it. You can never like. There's always something. There's always someone that can do more. If you say you settle for if you're selling for less, the human body or the hold on, let me turn this off. Just the human nature is there. You can always do more. You can study more. You can learn more. You can. There's always something more. And
Right.
so if you're chasing this fake, I this is just my opinion. I just think what you were saying is just fake because it's like a perfectionist.
No,
And there's no
how?
such thing as a perfectionist.
How?
That's all.
Where
That's
did
all
I
I'm
say
saying.
anything about perfection?
Because
No,
you
How
no.
is
said you don't want
providing
Listen,
women
for
to
listen
your
to
settle
what his
for
woman
less.
question was
perfection?
about
You
a
don't want
woman
women to settle
dump
for less.
one man
They
to go
always
after
are
one that
settling
has
for
more.
less. Okay. Well, I think she said it right.
Yeah, he got he got this thing where he said the woman that dumps a man that is providing for another man who has more stuff to provide, and um and and either I think he's talking about there's a type of woman that's never satisfied. She always want more, more, and more. And he's trying to me, he's trying to group us all into that when it's just a small percentage of women that are like that. You ever
Right,
seen a woman that, even though she got stuff and she's being provided for, she's steadily going for the man that has more stuff and more money and more position and all that other stuff. Not all women are like that. They want a
right,
man to provide, but they don't constantly look for a better man or a more
right.
richer man to provide.
Right, right. Constantly on the lookout. That's why I was saying
Yeah, we're not.
earlier that it's both. It's love
Uh-huh.
and provision. So I think Cerulean and Maximum are both right. I think it's equal. It's not about constantly, oh, he makes 150,000. Okay, I'll sit with this for a minute, but if someone who comes along makes 500,000, I'm leaving him. That's not what I am saying. That's not what I'm saying at all. And so that's why I think some of, you men are in your feelings. That's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying
Or he had a
is
bad experience.
right. All I'm saying is that women want to be protected and feel secure with the man that they choose. That's it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not talking about fantasy. I'm talking about jumping from
Oh,
man to
damn,
man
my
and
mic is muted. I'm surprised. I say, no worry, you got your toys. So, if the guy makes more money, that's all good. You go to him, get your toys, and you good, man, girl. We talking about, we want our women to feel happy. We want that hypergamy to flourish, my babies. Go out, get wild.
Okay, so when I talk, I don't talk
you
with
for your
feelings. So
permission.
I try to talk with understanding. So I don't even know what this thing is called. What did you guys call it again?
Chaos went in a whole nother direction.
No, man, but
Yeah,
that's the whole
he
point. You know what
really
I'm saying?
did. And that's what I'm saying. What are you upset about? I mean,
Look, y'all
why
can't.
why is
Look, hold on.
why is
Y'all
that a
can't just
problem that a woman
dominate.
wants
1
provision and
second, man.
security?
Look. You can't just dominate the conversation. If you're gonna have it back and forth, have it back and forth. Okay? Y'all can't just continue to talk through each other. Please let one speak and the other one respond. Go right
Yeah,
ahead.
I think you should have a show on that because I clearly
Yeah,
don't
I do want to have a
understand
show on that. I
what
think that's
these
very
women are
interesting.
talking about. I really don't. I
I
really
really
don't
want to have a
because
show on that. But definitely,
yeah,
I'm trying to get the title up now about the hypergamous nature. But yeah, man, I want to
to
definitely get
to
it.
me, like at what price range do you feel that you are that you're satisfied with? Is it $50,000? Like what low margin are you looking for? Because I'm
My
just curious.
dude.
Are you trying to state what our hooker price is? Because that's what it sounds like
No,
you
no,
asking.
I'm trying to say what your
Yeah,
lowest
man,
price
he's buying
is.
you. What's wrong with that?
Because your bills can't be that damn high. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Well, you'd be surprised. Someone wants some nice Louis Vuitton bag, some Gucci, some nice red balance heels. You know what I'm saying? Get all
Okay.
that. They want their hair done. Listen, Max. And Max, one time you told me the story. Hold on, let me speak. Can I speak? Please. Let me speak. I got to get
None of that appeals to me.
Max.
Yeah.
Max. You remember when we talking about, you told us stories that you used to buy hair for ladies back when you're young? Remember that? So the times you gotta spend money on that nice, whether real or fake hair, you gotta spend money, my dude. Women gotta look good. They gotta have that. It's a necessity. You want your girl to look good, sexy, with Louis Vuitton, Gucci, red bomb heels sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Hell, pay for her nails too. and get that good quality hair, not that cheap crap hair they wear in the head. Get him that good hair, that good stuff. You know what I'm saying? So when I touch, say, damn, girl, is this Indian? This is not
Okay,
this is Indian
that
weave?
that is not me. That is not me. Don't do Louis Vuitton. I can't even stand heels, and I don't wear
Trust me,
wigs,
man,
weave, or
black man gonna
anything
buy
else.
the heels, girl. You gonna take it. So here. It's enough. Take it. Yes, okay.
Okay, now my price is I love books. You want to spend
I
200,
got too much
500
books,
on a
baby.
book,
I'll give you some. I got
that's
two books right
me.
here.
But you trying to put me in a box with Louis Vuitton bag, heels,
Right.
hair done,
Yeah,
and
man.
nails.
Right.
I'm
It's
gonna
And
not,
give you
that's not
four
what it's
library
about.
that's
cards
I
that's
to
think
not
that's
what
call it
for
a
it's
that's
day.
about.
for really younger women.
Now,
That's for
Four
Yes.
really
library
but y'all
younger.
young
cards.
women, don't act
And
No
like y'all
one
not gonna
cares
tell y'all
about a
age up here,
bag
man.
and all that
mhm.
stuff.
Stop playing.
In fact, I think it's crazy to pay
I'm
that
not
much
talking
for
to no
some of
40,
them.
40-some-year-old women. I'm talking to some decent age women, ladies here, hopefully. God willing. God willing. Yeah, I better not be exceeded over 40 years so we can't have this conversation.
Oh well, then I got
Can
it.
I
Then.
can I say something without, and then I'm gonna go because I'm so sleepy and I have to go to work. But I just want to say something maybe from where I'm coming from is having a father, a grandfather, uncles, and growing up seeing them provide for their wives and their families. Take care of their children. My father paid the rent. He paid all of the rent. He paid all of the mortgage when they bought a home. He took care. My mother was a housewife. My father came home and his daughters, it was just me and my sister, and we, we grabbed onto my father. My mother was in the kitchen. She was just like this shadow entity who was just cleaning the house and cooking the food, and we were with our father who loved us and provided for us and protected us and took care of us. And that's what I grew up seeing: men putting a roof over the head of their wives and their children, making sure there was food in the house, the lights were on, the gas were on. It's not about a Louis Vuitton or some Louboutins. That's not what I'm talking about.
All
I'm
right.
not
So
superficial.
I
I'm
got a
talking
I got
about
a personal question for you.
But you know why they did that?
basic provision.
I got a
And
personal
so that's
question
what I
for
grew
you.
up looking at,
Yeah,
seeing.
but you know why they did that though? They did that because they love their families.
Right. That's true. My father adored my mother and adored his daughters. So you're absolutely correct on that.
Can I ask you a personal question?
You can ask me, but I might not necessarily answer
Okay.
a personal
All right.
question,
I'll
but
put it out
sure.
there for you. Now,
hmm
what did your guy that proposed to you out of 8 years do to you in that relationship that would make you want to call him a Dusty?
I believe that, well, putting in the time that I put in and the work that I put in and the help that I tried to offer, because I saw potential. And that's the thing, ladies, we cannot be caught up on potential. And that's where we get stuck, is potential. And when that potential that we're looking at and we're hoping and we're trying to nourish does not come to fruition, you put so much time into it, you have to sometimes throw in your towel and say, this is not going to come, this is not going to work. I am a feminine woman. I like and am attracted to a masculine man. So when I have to be in my masculine, just like when a
So I
man
take it
is
he
dealing with,
didn't you didn't let him lead.
I'm sorry, what?
I take it you didn't let him lead. If he lead.
The leaves?
No, lead, like follow the
No,
leader.
I had to. No, he was not the leader that I was, hoping that he would be. He's a nice person, but he's very passive. And as you all can probably tell, I'm a very opinionated woman and strong in what I believe. And, if I have to take charge, then that's what I will do. But that's not what I want to do. I don't want to have to do that. And so the longer you stay in a situation like that, the less your attraction starts to lessen for a man. As a woman, I can only speak as a woman. I can only speak of what I know, and I'm not telling any lies.
So was he always like that?
Did he provide for you and protect you?
He's very protective physically, right? No one can hurt me. No one can hurt me. I can call
Did
him
he
right now.
provide
No one
for
can
you?
hurt me.
provide
No,
for
not
you?
really. It seemed like he did in the
Okay.
beginning, but
And
again,
he did not lead for
men
you.
will come in. Men will come in the beginning to give you they will show their representative, and they will give you what they think you want or present themselves a certain way. And you as a woman will say, okay, this looks great. Okay, let me go with this. Let me see what this is about. And then it just seemed he just kind of fell off on who I thought, or what the type of provider I thought he was, because I'm sorry, people are talking. Am I interrupting someone?
Somebody interrupt. I know who that was.
So sometimes you just have to cut your losses, right? We're still great friends. He knows that I love him to death I love him to life as a person, but as
But
a
you called him a.
husband,
But to
that's
me,
not gonna.
you say
He's
when you
Dusty.
say
Yeah, he is. Yes. Because I tell the
that's
truth. I don't
it
lie.
just is.
I tell the
To
truth.
be honest with you, it's just not making any sense to me. 8
That's
years.
okay. It doesn't
Eight.
have to make sense to you,
No, I'm
dear. That's
just
fine.
let me finish.
It's
It's like
okay.
8 years.
Yeah.
You got. Were you just the one putting in all the work, and he just fell off, huh?
I was
But you
I was
guys are
doing
still close.
I was doing more. I was doing more. And it got tiring for me. It started to feel like a burden, and I had to cut my losses. And the reason why I kept giving him the chances I did, and I'm probably telling too much of my business, and I know how y'all are on YouTube, like to judge people like you don't have no skeletons, but whatever. I don't care. I keep it 100. He, you know, I just, he's a very nice person, but he's content in his poverty. He's content being where he was. And obviously, my presence wasn't enough for him to say, you know what, I want to do better. And that's fine.
Okay.
That's okay. I don't have any problem with him. There's no hard feelings. But I'm not gonna attach myself to that, and I don't have to, because honestly, like, I don't have to have a man to validate me. So that's not, my issue.
Okay.
But I'm not going to. Life is very, very short. I'm not gonna spend it unhappy, and that's it.
I got a question. I got two questions now. Why you don't want a man to validate you? Why is that so bad? And two, why you don't want to spend your life?
Why would I want it? Because if I depend on a man to validate me, then that means that man can also invalidate me.
Okay.
And I can't. Why would I want to give my power away like
I
that?
got you. Fair enough. Fair enough. I didn't look at it that way. I looked at it. See, I'm older, so I see things a little differently. But I see where you're coming from. I get it. Now, the second question: why don't you want to spend your life unhappy? Why you don't want to do that?
Why don't I want to spend my life unhappy?
No, unhappy. I think you said you don't want to spend your life unhappy. Is that what you said?
No. I said I don't want to spend my life unhappy.
Okay.
Because I've seen how short it is. I've lost a lot of people who are very, very, who have been very close to me. They listen. The father that I spoke about, who was so amazing, that I still think about every day, he died at 29 years old in his sleep, and I was 6 years old. Okay, that's the first man that I loved and the first man that loved me.
At
So
the age of 6?
yeah, I was 6 years old when my father passed away, and I remember him so well because he poured so much into me and my sister, and he loved us and my mother so well. So I remember him.
Okay,
I
now
mean, I remember him.
talking about, right? You keep bringing up love. We keep hearing this over and over again, but we heard love don't pay bills. We heard love
Does it?
don't don't buy
It
you money.
didn't.
Yes, it does. What you think? What you think?
Love pays bills.
What
So I
do
can
you
go to
think?
my, so wait, I can go to my bank and say, hey, I don't have the mortgage this month, but I got love and this man loves me. So is that enough for you? Let's be practical
What
here.
I'm saying here, right? What you're describing, right, is love. The love kept the roof over your head as a little girl. That's what love provides for you. Love
But it
provides,
wasn't just his love, it was his work and his money and his provision, right?
and his love is the one that allowed him to share that with you.
So can you have one without the other?
No,
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying.
unless
So
you're an
we're not
individual.
saying different things. I don't
Only
think
way,
we're
listen,
saying
the only
different
way that
things.
you can have that, the only way you can have that, and some would even make an argument that whether you love yourself or not is if you're by yourself. And some would even argue if you don't spend any money on yourself, it's because you don't love yourself.
Okay. Sometimes you just, uh, put people before yourself.
That's love, though.
Okay. But I just, I'm good. I don't think we're really saying different things. I think that we're just looking at it from different perspectives because you're male and I'm female. I definitely don't want one without the other.
Love is not a gender specific thing. I mean, we don't have to be, uh, a brick in a bobby pin. You know what I'm saying? It don't make a
Yeah.
difference. Love is love. If you understand it, you understand it. It don't matter if you're a female or a male, as long as you understand it.
Right, I get it, but still, you're male and I'm female, and it seems like we're saying the same thing, but in different ways because we're looking at it from two different
Got you. Right,
perspectives.
right, 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 right. I
You
get you.
know,
I get
I don't want to argue. I'm not trying to argue with you or fight with you. I like you. I like your channel. I'm here. So I'm not against men
I
or
get what you're saying. I
anything
get what
like
you're
that.
saying. Right.
But I do understand my nature is taking me I've gone through bumps and bruises and ups and downs to get to where I am today, and no one can take me off of where I know I am and who I am and what I have learned about myself, what I need.
Someone
No
will.
one
You
can
got a
take
lot
me
more
off of
living to
that.
do. Someone will. You have a lot more living to do. You haven't met that person yet. But
I
someone will.
have, and he died, but that's okay.
No,
Maybe I'll
someone
meet
else
him
is coming.
again.
Someone else is coming.
Maybe. But if not, it's okay. I'm okay with that too because I've had something that so many people have not ever
I can see several men are going to fall in love with you at some point. Several.
well,
You're going to
there's
have
been
your kids.
plenty, but I'm a little picky,
You're going to
so
have
that's a problem.
hey, there's somebody even for the picky and the finicky. There's
Yeah.
somebody for everybody.
Oh
Believe
yeah,
it or not.
I'm not worried about it. I'm okay. I'm good. I'm content, and I
Listen,
think
I knew
that's the
a
first
guy,
step.
right?
But
I knew a guy, right? That had big lips, right? That when he turned to the side, he looked like a duck with a bill, right? You know, he found
that's
the woman.
terrible.
You know, he found the woman almost exactly the same way. She had the
That's
same kind
so
of lips.
hilarious.
Yeah, she had the same. I'm serious. She had the same kind of lips,
Hmm. That's
and
so
they both
funny.
walked the same when they walked down the street.
Oh my gosh.
This is a true story. And you talking about happy? They were the
I
most happy.
believe you.
If you was to meet them, they will light your day up with their happiness.
I think it's great, and I think there's someone for everyone. But sometimes people just found their one, and maybe that's it. Sometimes
Well,
maybe that's all you get, and you have to just be. Um,
usually people who think like that are the ones who lose hope.
well,
That's from
Great
my experience.
response. Good response.
That's from
sometimes you
my
have hope
experience.
for so long,
I'm
and
just
then you
talking from my
go.
experience. I'm just saying from
I
my
mean, I
experience.
think I don't know. It's just a lot, and I think it's for men too, because I listen to men and they are experiencing a lot of the same things that women are. If you're single and you're dating, or you're trying to date, or you're thinking about dating, it's a lot of raggediness out here that you have to really, I'm like Wonder Woman with the
You said
bracelets, and
that.
I'm like pew
Yeah, but
pew pew pew
you said
pew.
that. Right, but who said that that raggediness had anything to do with you?
Absolutely not. I'm amazing.
Exactly. I agree with
So,
that.
so it's just it's all fine. It's okay. It's fine. I'm very very blessed. I had an amazing love, and I've been loved by a few, and I'm good. If it happens again, great, and if it doesn't, I'm okay too. But as far as having a man validate me when you ask me that, I cannot. And us women nor men should do that.
It might have happened already with the way you and Bottom and Top was going at it. It may have happened already.
Me,
Yeah,
that's
I
funny.
think she's special. I think she's a tough cookie because she went through trauma. So I really can't go in on you because it's just it wouldn't be kind, and I just know that you have a lot of experience most women wouldn't go through. So it's not an easy conversation with you.
Yeah, but I'm good, and I appreciate you for recognizing that. And it's true, I have been through a lot, and I think that's why I can speak on certain things that I speak on because I've experienced so many different things. I've been in a cult. I mean, I'm shunned by my mother and my sister because of that cult. I mean, it's been a lot. I've had a lot going on. So that's why I'm, getting my psychology degree right now, because I think that all of the things that I have been through and experienced, there has to be a reason for it. I need to be able to speak to people and help people. I don't think there's anyone who can come to me and tell me something about what's going on in their life that I have not experienced and I cannot relate to.
Okay, ladies and
So,
gentlemen.
Are you trying to be a doctor? Psychologist?
a psychologist, yes.
All right. Are you a PhD now, or you got a master's now?
Bachelor's at this moment.
Oh, damn, you got a long way to
At
go.
this time, yeah, I got a little minute, but I got a lot of networks and I'm pushing through, so it'll be
All right,
okay.
Max, you gonna shut this down?
All
You gonna shut
right,
this down, Max?
All right, sorry to
All right,
interrupt, but
folks. Thanks for
thank
having
you
me.
for inviting me up,
oh, no
and
problem.
and hi everybody. Thanks everybody in the chat. I didn't really look at it too much, and that's probably good, so I didn't
We
have to
gotta
go
do a
off on
part
people.
two.
But
We gotta do a part two of the pro-blackness start with loving the black woman. I like the way it turned out. We gotta do a part two.
all
Yeah.
right, excellent.
Think
Thanks
just more
everyone.
about the topic.
All right.
Appreciate
All
the
right.
Good night.
combo.
Thanks for
Good
tuning
night.
in. Thanks to all the members on the panel. Shout out to
Okay.
my strong people, Vonda Harris, as always. Christine Williams. No problem. Listen, we're gonna probably be back here on Saturday with Ladies Night. Okay. We'll probably have our first ladies night on Saturday, where we're gonna let the ladies come up and do their thing. Talk about
Are you guys Cynthia G on your junk,
yeah,
Maximus?
man. It's gonna be ladies night, man. We're gonna let the women come up and do their thing and talk about what they want to get some stuff off their chest. They want to vent.
And y'all aren't gonna interfere and run all over us with
Absolutely not.
lawnmowers and stuff.
Absolutely not. We ain't got nothing to say about nothing unless y'all ask us something.
Okay.
Really ain't gonna be no man on the panel but me. I'm gonna be on mute most of the time. Okay, because I'm not really trying to
All right.
let y'all take it over, and y'all pretty much talk about what y'all want to talk about.
Yeah, you better stay out the way. All right, just
Yeah.
stay out the way when the ladies talk.
Almost likely, most definitely. I'm so ladies do their thing for a couple of hours, for about 2 hours, and then it'll be the first ladies' night. So all the ladies, Saturday, it's gonna be ladies' night. We're gonna be backed up by GQ.
Do you have
All
a
right.
Patreon?
I will have
You have
one.
a Patreon, Maximum?
I will have one next week.
Okay, make sure I
It'll be
get
going
that.
out soon. Okay, definitely. It'll be going out soon. So yeah, so it's gonna be a ladies' night. We're gonna be backed up by
Okay.
GQ. Huh? What'd you say, Verbal? Yeah, so we're gonna
Oh
have
no,
that.
I was just listening.
Right, and so if you got any like tough questions, anything you want to vent, ladies' night is what it's gonna be all for. Y'all come up here, do y'all thing. Y'all want to curse niggas out. It's ladies' night.
Oh my goodness.
All right.
It goes on the ladies' night stage.
Right. Damn, where you been? You letting them dog me out? Where you been, dang? You gotta have my back, sis.
No, I'm just saying, whatever goes on ladies' night stays on ladies' night, though. We don't want to take it off the channel, right? Okay. All right. So we'll see y'all
All
Saturday
right,
night.
that sounds good.
All right, everybody.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Good night.
Good night.
All right.
Yeah. And
Bye.
as always, you know, the power's in the black. The black is the people, and therein lies the power. Good night, everybody, and peace.
I don't wanna leave, I just wanna live inside the summer dream. I want the fantasy to be my reality. All I gotta do is close my eyes and dream. I never ever wanna leave. I just wanna live.